Hello and welcome to my channel Corruption Proved. This is my first ever video being uploaded to this channel. This video is known as my first stage video part 1. Viewers watching the video can see a big message on top saying pause to read, which obviously means you can pause while reading. Before I get into the video, there is a note to viewers. Throughout this video, you'll be seeing a live walkthrough of a Word document. Each page has a visible green page number in the top right corner. This is what I refer to as the video page number. And as you can see on the screen, top right hand corner, video page 1 of 166. So whenever I say something like, as shown above on, for example, video page 27, I'm referring to that green page number, which will also be highlighted in green for clarity. This system allows you to follow the structure as I narrate and easily return to any section later if needed. This video is my first stage part 1, abbreviated as first SP1. At a glance, abbreviations used in this video are as follows. First stage part 1 and part 2 is abbreviated to first SP1 and first SP2. Second stage is abbreviated to second S. And so on, third stage is abbreviated to third S. IOPC checkmate, not once but twice. The UK IOPC, also known as Independent Office for Police Conduct, is tracked, and here's a sneak view of how they're exposed. If meaningful interaction had taken place, possible corrupt opinion would have been stopped, and my name would have been protected. A system where outcomes are issued without meaningful interaction is not a system of justice. It is a system of managed deflection. The harm in this case was not just the original failure to act, but the continued use of opinion-based outcomes to override both evidence and accountability. This cannot be accepted. Doors must remain open until meaningful understanding is reached. Anything less invites ongoing harm, delays justice, and allows systemic corruption to persist unchecked. And had this logical fairness taken place, the mindset, such as that of the IOPC in the judicial review scenario, where the outcome aligned with the police, could have been corrected instantly. I could have turned to the deciding operative and said, "You've got this completely wrong. Nanny's been attacked right now and you're siding with the very force that failed her." But the reality of corruption is that the system made sure I was never given that moment, because if I had, the truth would have shattered their outcome. Why I'm speaking out and how I tested myself before I did. I didn't start this. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis. And by this, I mean my venture into showing you, the public, how I am proving corruption, though it won't all be revealed in one go in this first stage part 1. I will now read private parenthesis and then jump over. Why I'm speaking out and how I tested myself before I did. I didn't start this to throw accusations around. I tested myself over and over. I kept looking for something, anything that would prove me wrong, that would clear the police or the IOPC. But every time, the evidence backed up what I was saying. And when that happens, you can't stay silent. You have to call it for what it is. What is going to be covered in this first stage, part 1, is as follows. Small introduction of 2 organizations that I accuse of criminal activities. The organizations are the Metropolitan Police and the IOPC, where I may be eventually taken to the Serious Fraud Office, known as SFO, and the National Crime Agency, known as NCA, where it's these organizations who look into the criminality of other organizations and complex cases. A small introduction of seriousness of this case, a small introduction of how I captured the evidence of systemic corruption, a short explanation of how I will be presenting this first stage, part 1 and part 2, a disclaimer which also has a video that helps me, and the disclaimer to show I'm not alone. Also, what will be covered is IOPC Checkmate with the audio evidence, introduction of the crimes upon my nan, audio evidence of police having knowledge of the serious crimes upon nan. Because the IOPC has allowed police to remain unchecked for corruption, a formal complaint will be shortly forwarded. They won't go only to the IOPC, it will also go to 5 other organizations, each seeing exactly what I've sent. To prove this, I've made a dedicated video showing what every party receives. This isn't just another complaint, it's a checkmate. And the IOPC won't be the only ones to see it. Every oversight body will. How those who gave power have abused it, and how we must now take back control. The mainstream media plays a major role in why those abusing power are able to continue. I will explain how in a video, which is an example from the UK programme EastEnders, showing how subtle propaganda helps corruption remain hidden. And what I've just outlined will be covered in this first stage video, part 1. They knew. They had a duty. They did nothing. This is a central truth of my 15-year case. Both the Metropolitan Police and the IOPC were made aware of serious crimes, including evidence of coercion and abuse of a vulnerable person, yet neither acted, not because they couldn't, but because they chose not to. This video begins to unpack how deliberate inaction by those entrusted to uphold justice transformed what some might call systemic failure into something far more serious. A pattern of willful misconduct that, in my view, crosses into criminality. This case presents evidence suggesting that both the Metropolitan Police and the IOPC may have committed criminal acts, not merely procedural failures. While this first stage video does not yet fully explore the police's role, it already begins to reveal serious misconduct by Operative 7, caseworker of the IOPC. And just for clarity, Operative 7 was the caseworker who closed the case and didn't look at my corruption complaint. It already begins to reveal serious misconduct by Operative 7, caseworker of the IOPC, whose actions, as shown, may constitute deliberate wrongdoing. For this reason, I might present this case, along with all supporting evidence, to the SFO and NCA for independent review of the potential criminal conduct committed by those in positions of authority. A serious corruption complaint where police allowed an elderly mother to suffer at the hands of some criminals and my nan's health deteriorating under the fear they instilled was brought to the IOPC to investigate, but all 7 IOPC operatives avoided the corruption complaint. Note, this case involves both myself and my parent, who have been wronged by the system. I will now begin reading a parenthesis, which may also shed light why so many members of the public are being wronged. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. This case involves both myself and my parent, who have been wronged by the system. However, for clarity, it is me, the author, who is addressing you, the public, not my parent. This video is a warning to the public. Through our own case, I accidentally uncovered how the IOPC has mechanisms that let the police set the path, which the IOPC then simply follows. And equally, the police also have their own mechanisms as well. The way this happens is through deflection and a complete lack of meaningful interaction on the core issues raised. And this is exactly how serious cases get quietly pushed aside. My man was left to die without police help. And when the IOPC received the clearly visible corruption complaint, they didn't confront it for what it truly was. Instead, they treated it like routine business, allowing the deeper wrongdoing of police corruption to continue unchecked. What the IOPC's own mandate makes crystal clear. Here is exactly what their own official guidance says, set out in full in the following excerpt. I will now begin reading excerpt 0, which is the IOPC's own mandate. Power of own initiative and the power of calling. The power of own initiative allows the IOPC to treat matters that have not been recorded or referred as if they have been. The purpose of this power is to allow us to seize initiative and quickly consider matters that have not been recorded by the AA. And just for clarity, AA stands for Appropriate Authority. And quickly consider matters that have not been recorded by the AA. This power applies to complaints, conduct matters, and death or serious injury matters. Where an AA receives notification that a matter has been treated as referred, it must record the matter if it has not already done so. As soon as possible after the notification, the AA should provide all relevant information as not already been supplied. The IOPC can require that any complaint or recordable conduct matter is referred to it by the AA. If the IOPC calls in a matter, it must be referred without delay and no later than the end of the following day after we notify the appropriate authority that it must be referred. I'll now finish reading the IOPC's own mandate, which is excerpt 0. I'll now continue reading and narrating the video. What the above mandate there in excerpt 0 means in simple terms. Put plainly, if the IOPC hears about something serious involving the police, whether through the news, a concerned individual, or any informal channel, they don't have to wait for the police to submit a formal file. They can simply say, "This looks or sounds serious. We're stepping in ourselves." That's the whole point of their own initiative powers, to ensure that IOPC stays truly independent and doesn't have to rely on police willingness to refer serious matters. Please note, this video presents my personal findings and beliefs regarding the internal mechanisms of the IOPC based on my direct experience and investigation. While I aim to inform, this content should not be taken as legal counsel or an official investigation report. My intention is to highlight what I perceive as both systemic issues and criminal acts or intent within these structures. However, all of my conclusions and the opinions I express are based on evidence. What you, the public, instinctively gains from the moment you had eyes on this video right at the beginning. It strikes immediately. The IOPC have been cornered in Checkmate not once, but twice. So, to make things clear from the outset, this case is being presented to the public in a somewhat unconventional, partly reversed fashion. The final development, my dealings with the IOPC, comes first in this first stage video. What I will be exposing is what I believe to be systemic corruption, along with criminal acts or intent supported by evidence I have gathered from the early 2000s through to today. What I've captured, in my opinion, reveals how these systems function and why so many people know systemic corruption exists but can't prove it. But here, I believe it has been captured, but even more importantly, captured criminal acts or intent by the police and the IOPC. And that's what makes this case so important to bring to the attention of the public. This isn't just about claims, it's about what the evidence reveals. That's what makes the difference. However, to be clear, this presentation doesn't follow a strict timeline. It moves backward and forward as logic demands. Still, the final development, the IOPC's role, is what confirmed what I now assert. Systemic corruption exposed, along with the most crucial exposure of criminal acts/intent. What follows will unravel over time. This is only the first stage video. There will be several more, second, third, and beyond, until the full picture is revealed. Now, here is something critical. The pattern I discovered, only visible through hindsight and detailed analysis, is one simple phrase that repeats across the years, across multiple actors, under civil. The phrase, under civil, is the shield, the deflection, and the system's escape hatch. Criminals knew how to hide behind it, and the system rewarded them for doing so. Let me break it down. 1. Criminals understand the game. Criminals who understand the system know how to design their abuse so that its residue touches on civil matters. The cruelty and coercion inflicted on my man became disguised, and when police were approached, they ignored the serious crimes and labelled the whole thing under civil. 2. First call to police, mental torture and fear of death. In the 2000s, we made our first call over the phone to the police. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, where the conversation with this officer was recorded, and as one will gain hearing this first stage. I'll now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. In the 2000s, we made our first call over the phone to the police. We told them my nan was being mentally tortured and that we feared they may end up killing her. The moment killing was mentioned, the officer went silent. Eventually, the officer more or less said, "This is a civil case. What do you want us to do? A solicitor can advise you." Thus, the officer pushed us towards solicitors, making clear under civil. 3. Other authorities echo the same deflection. Immediately after number 2 above, we turn to other authorities making clear serious crimes against the nailed-up. Same story. No action, just the same direction. Go to a solicitor. Again, making clear under civil. 4. Solicitors step in, but only for civil, not crime. Eventually, and as years went by, my parents signed with the civil solicitor for ulterior motives, which had nothing to do with the police, because police deal with crimes, not civil. My parents' reasons for signing with the civil solicitor will be explained in later stages. In any event, the solicitors operating under legal aid would only fall under civil. Now that you've seen, at this point, how victims are deflected towards civil solicitors, we also begin to uncover the prima facie pattern of how legal aid operates in favour of criminals. Not only do police help criminals escape prosecution, but the system itself gives even more power to the criminal to fight victims and even to defend against any failed police attempt to reframe a serious crime as civil. Therefore, the system is clear to see how it functions in harmony against victims and why police help criminals escape, which at every level of my case has proven such. The system has ensured that police abandon victims by pushing serious crimes out of being recognised as serious crimes. Meanwhile, legal aid is provided in abundance to criminals, allowing them to fight their case all the way to the end. And to be fair, that's how the system should work, because they may be innocent. But what about the victims? Well, if you're a victim and can't afford solicitors, then oh well, tough luck. You don't get legal aid either. Why? Because that would mean the state footing the bill to challenge defence solicitors, and worse, it would mean actually confronting serious crimes. So instead, they've kept it simple. Legal aid for victims of crime has been effectively stripped away, unless, of course, the case can be steered toward that all too faithful mechanism of systemic corruption by forcing it under civil. 5. The first investigating officer. While solicitors were active, my parent reported crimes to the police. The first investigating officer who took up the case avoided any serious criminal investigation, despite receiving evidence of serious crimes. As already outlined in the above one on video page 16, and just to remind one what was explained on video page 16, it was explained that the criminals masked their abuse as civil matters, so police ignored the serious crimes against my land. And that was just a quick reminder, and I'll continue reading there in the video. As already outlined in the above one on video page 16, if criminals are aware of how the system operates, then it stands to reason that the police are too. And when both sides know how the system works, an alliance becomes instant, or at least, in my case, demonstrates must be an all too common event or occurrence. If the police are indirectly rubbing the criminals' backs, then the criminals are, in turn, indirectly returning the favour. That's exactly what the evidence I have indeed shows. An officer who knew how to navigate that space and did so. It wasn't until hindsight in 2021 that I fully grasped the significance of this moment, point 5, and how it tied back to what had already been unfolding in above points 1 to 4. It became clear that this officer's behaviour was not accidental. Not accidental with evidence, we captured how this officer, when speaking to the criminal, whether in interview or general discussion, used language that would avoid resistance. For example, if during a conversation the officer avoids mentioning any of the crimes and instead plays dumb, making harmless remarks or suggesting benign interpretations, then of course the criminal won't object. The officer is acting as though he's unaware of the crimes. Why would the criminal correct him? If the criminal does, he incriminates himself. So instead, he simply lets the officer get it wrong. In other words, it's not as though the criminal is going to say, "No, you've misunderstood. I did commit crimes." And so, by deliberately steering the discussion away from criminal matters, the officer ensured there was no friction, no pushback, and ultimately no criminal charge. That's how he evaded the serious criminal side of the matter. And according to his final report and closure, the outcome in his crime reports was marked under civil. 6. Complained about the officer above in number 5, another cover. We complained about the officer in number 5 above on video page 19. And just a quick reminder of what was explained on video page 19 was that the first officer dodged the criminal side completely, spoke to the criminal in ways that avoided any pushback, kept it friendly, and closed it as civil. Now I'm going to continue reading there in the video. We complained about the officer in number 5 above on video page 19. In accord with the complaints officer, which we recorded, he defended the officer in number 5 above, despite also receiving evidence of serious crimes. His outcome to the complaint under civil. 7. IOPC judicial review, a hollow victory. We took the matter to the IOPC under judicial review. It was upheld in our favour. However, despite that, the IOPC's written outcome reinforced a narrative that helped the police maintain their deflection, again under civil. 8. Second investigating officer assigned same tactics. A new officer took over, and we believed he would investigate the serious crimes committed against my nan. However, just like the previous officers, he also avoided the serious crimes against my nan. His outcome? Under civil. 9. A third investigating officer. Pattern repeats. Another officer was assigned. Again, same approach of avoiding serious crimes against my nan. Again, the outcome? Under civil. And IOPC, present day. We're now at the IOPC, and here, in this very first stage video, we begin at the end point, where the oversight body, instead of holding the police accountable, became, in my opinion, complicit in the very same systemic corruption. But even worse, criminal acts / intent by operatives and caseworker and possibly others. And that opinion isn't mine alone. It's supported by Selm Nassim, who was a former IOPC regional director, the Gillian Fairfield Review, and HMIC FRS, all of whom have acknowledged serious structural failures in how cases like mine are handled. So what did the IOPC do? They shielded the police by treating the case exactly how the police wanted it to be seen, so the IOPC saw it that way too, under civil. So what does the above 1 to 10 show? Across 15 years, every officer, every review, every complaint was deflected using the same mechanism. Label it civil, push it away. That's the system. That's the corruption. That's the deflection that hides real crime, especially against the vulnerable and the most serious cases. Unless you can corner them and hold them to account, they just delay, deflect, or dismiss. Even when we proved wrongdoing, they threw spanners in the works. They say whatever they want, because they know that although they've grasped what I've proved, the public hasn't seen what they've grasped. Indeed, that remains hidden. The public is blind to the kind of investigations the police and the IOPC are conducting, and to what they've already gathered from the evidence I've provided. They know that unless someone like me brings it into public view, their misconduct stays buried. Because what they write, what they investigate, it's only seen by me. The wider public doesn't see it, and they're counting on that. They know it's hard for someone like me to expose what's really happening behind the scenes. And they are also very aware that some of the mainstream media may avoid alerting the public to it. Some might say, you can just show a solicitor. Yes, but then the solicitor becomes the next isolated individual, facing the same treatment I've had. Worse still, a solicitor will likely want to start from scratch. And from my experience, solicitors often say, well, our advice is this, and if you want our help, it has to go our way. And that's final. They say this even to people with no money, because they're getting paid by legal aid. They have the audacity to say, you either accept our advice or find someone else. And even if you do, you'll likely get no different. That's the culture, especially under legal aid. And when that happens, it rewrites everything you've already uncovered. They discard your hard work and reshape it into their own format, which, in my view, is a distortion. Other things the solicitors may say to you is, this is confusing, let's start fresh. And that's exactly why this needs to reach the public, not just a few people, but everyone. As you read on, I believe you, the public, will be shocked by the small amount of evidence shown in this first stage alone. It may be limited, but it's powerful. And far more will follow in later stages. I relied on the system, just as you, the public, would expect to. But in my opinion, what I found was a system that's more illusion than protection. Hard to believe? Yes. But it's the evidence that has led me to this conclusion, and now I'm sharing it with you. Yes, there are cases where justice is served, but it's the complex, serious ones the ones that risk reputations and require real time that they work hard to bury. Look how long it took in the Stephen Lawrence case, or the Rotherham sex abuse scandal. And now this case, where an elder woman was psychologically destroyed and ultimately abandoned by police. In my view, because the police took no action, they contributed to her death. In short, what the above points 1 to 10 expose is a deflection mechanism that pushes serious cases onto solicitors, while police occupy themselves with cheaper, easier matters such as noise complaints, neighbours kicking balls against walls, minor disturbances. But when it comes to elder abuse, they don't come running, unless perhaps it's their own parent. So my alert, in my opinion, is one of the most critical public milestones now surfacing on the internet. Why? Because I believe I've uncovered a pattern, and my evidence reflects that pattern, showing how the legal system is functioning in a way that ultimately protects itself. It's become a money-driven cycle, a legal system entirely dependent on money. And that in itself is a serious problem. Because when it comes to legal matters, everyone should be entitled to proper legal help. But even that's been taken away. They've cut back legal aid, despite the fact that legal aid wouldn't even be paying for prosecution in cases like this. They've removed support for certain criminal matters that solicitors once handled under legal aid, and now even that path is gone. Which is exactly why this case can never be properly dealt with unless some real power steps in that genuinely wants change. And when I say power, I mean a body or organisation with the authority to make that change happen. However, the greatest power of all is the public, because it's the public who vote, and when united, cannot be beaten. That's why I ask you, the public, to help share this as widely as possible, not only across social media, but especially in ways that bring it to the mainstream media. This case being shown to the public is a wake-up call. You're going to see very clearly how they sabotage what they're meant to be investigating, and that alone should wake you up. Why? Because it's so blatantly clear. The way they shut down cases, as I stand testament to, avoid investigations, and act as though nothing is wrong. It's beyond belief how blatant it is. But that's the point. They do it because they know only you, the victim, will be seeing it. Only you read the letters. Only you hear the calls. Only you see the blatant act when investigation was deliberately avoided. And it's exactly that blatant nature that should be your wake-up call. Because if they can be that blatant with me, they can be that blatant with anyone. So why don't more people know about this? Because everyone is treated in isolation. It's always just you and them, not the whole country watching. And that's where I believe the mainstream media has failed. Indeed, the behaviour I'm showing here, involving the police turning serious cases, even though it was of cruelty and abuse into civil disputes, forces families into the hands of solicitors, locked in a costly, prolonged legal process. And so the system keeps turning. Everyone keeps earning. The legal machinery stays in motion while justice is left behind. What once would have been treated as criminal is now being normalised as civil. In other words, and yes, putting it in a fair, far-fetched yet deeply felt way, even if someone were to report a murder, I fear this system could still find a way to dismiss it, just as they tried to do in the Stephen Lawrence case, reframe it, or say there's no evidence, even when there is. Because that's what's happened to us, when my nan was left to suffer at the hands of the criminals. And that's why I'm exposing it and sharing what I've discovered, not just in words, but, in my opinion, through evidence that cannot be ignored. Yet despite all this, despite the injustice and suffering laid bare, there is still light and a solution to this. In my opinion, this case can become the catalyst for real change, but only if we level the playing field, and that begins with what follows. But before going into that, I should note that although I mentioned earlier what would be covered, I should make clear that some parts are quite lengthy before we reach the crux of this matter. For example, the checkmate. Please bear with me. This context is essential, especially given the cruelty inflicted on an elder and the severity of this case, as already noted. Also, what would eventually be coming as well is a disclaimer that is itself fairly lengthy. Leveling the legal playing field, the power of verifiable interactions. Even in the realm of private legal representation, outcomes are often governed by financial strength. Those with more money tend to shape the result. This inherent imbalance raises a critical question. How do we create a genuinely fairer system for everyone, especially those without financial resources? A fundamental step toward fairness is to cut off the root of corruption and ensure accountability at every stage. Consider situations where authorities, such as the police, steer a case into the civil domain when it clearly isn't, or when an oversight bodies, like the IOPC, allow police misconduct to go unchecked, mirroring the same failings. For individuals without financial power, the ultimate remedy to this systemic unfairness is surprisingly simple. Mandatory, verifiable evidence of all interactions, a safeguard that also deters potential criminal acts or intent. This means requiring audio recordings and, wherever possible, video at every stage of engagement with any police or oversight bodies. Why? Because this alone stops them from throwing spanners in the works. When there are no real interactions, they can quietly avoid your case, delay progress, or later claim confusion. But if they know they're being recorded every step of the way, they'll think twice before engaging in avoidance, denial, or manipulation. Therefore, without mandatory recordings in place, we remain exposed and corruption is free to continue. Letters and emails alone are not enough. They can be used as tools of delay, misdirection, or outright denial. Worse still, it can create the illusion that your points were understood without ever confirming whether they truly were. You're left assuming they grasped it simply because you know what you submitted. But later, they can conveniently claim it wasn't clear, exactly as IOPC Operative 7 caseworker did in his outcome, stating my submission was unclear, despite never once interacting to clarify what supposedly wasn't understood. And they can also even, as I have stated above, throw spanners in the works, even if it is blatantly preposterous to close something or do something so blatantly wrong. I can personally attest to this, having had to fight cases where the most critical issue wasn't what was said, but what was deliberately never said. And while a paper trail can prove avoidance, the true safeguard lies in ensuring that real-time interactions, phone calls, meetings, or video discussions are conducted and recorded throughout the entire complaint or investigation process. This not only prevents arbitrary decisions, concealed misconduct, and/or any attempts to act criminally, but also establishes an auditable chain of conduct. For instance, had Operative 7 caseworker conducted meaningful recorded interactions, he cannot have closed my case with the outcome he did. The message is simple. We cannot allow corruption to flourish, especially when the system is already skewed by money. To resist this proposal, a safeguard for those without wealth is to deny the most vulnerable even a fighting chance. But with verifiable evidence, even someone without resources can challenge the most powerful legal teams. because it won't just be their word against the solicitors, it will be the recorded truth. The practical path for how this could be implemented will unfold naturally as you continue through the rest of this video. There's no excuse. Corruption cannot remain. So let this be made clear to anyone watching, reading, or listening. The only fair way forward is this: meaningful interactions must be recorded and made verifiable. Whether by audio or video, every step of any investigation must be transparent. Because if such a simple, reasonable solution is denied to stop corruption and abuse of power, then what does that tell us? It tells us they want to leave room for corruption and the continued abuse of power. This should never be allowed, and that indeed should trouble everyone, not just victims, but the entire public. Once again, the practical steps to make this happen will become clear as you continue through this video. We must take back the power and move toward a fairer, more just society. For clarity, in this first stage, I will be identifying all IOPC operatives by number, followed by their job title as shown below. However, this first stage, which is abbreviated to first S, is in two parts and seen as first SP1 and first SP2. Therefore, the following 1, 2, and 7 appear here in first SP1, while the coming first SP2 will include 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1. Operative 1 on telephone, shown here in first SP1. 2. Operative 2 on telephone, shown here in first SP1. And finally, 7. Operative 7 caseworker, shown here in first SP1, of which the middle operatives, Operative 3 admin, is coming in first SP2. 4. Operative 4 on telephone is also coming in first SP2. 5. Operative 5 admin, also again coming in first SP2. And finally, 6. Operative 6 admin is coming in first SP2. So why have I put it in this order? Because from the beginning starting point of the recent approach to the IOPC in 2023 and at the point of closing in 2024, prove it instantly. This was unchecked corruption. From the very first contact to the final closure, that firstly checkmates the IOPC. But the middle operatives aren't shown later because they're needed to prove it was unchecked. That's already clear. They're shown later because they open up something deeper. They reveal how the system truly operates and can't be accidental, how these interactions took place, and how there was never any meaningful engagement all along. That's why this first stage part 1 is about proving it instantly, and that the first stage part 2 is about exposing the full systemic mechanics of how it happened and the more important criminal acts / intent by these bodies, police and IOPC. So now let's start proving it by showing first stage part 1, the start and end, without the middle, which comes in first stage part 2. So you can see right away in this first stage part 1 how the police corruption was left completely unchecked, and with that the irrefutable evidence of checkmate. Legal and viewer disclaimer. To the reader and or listener, in my experience and opinion, while the events date back to the early 2000s, my direct involvement began later, from the age of 12. Nearly every officer I've encountered during police investigations, and with hindsight, has acted corruptly or failed their duty. Over time, it became impossible to dismiss the patterns. These weren't isolated events. They echoed what many members of the public have also shared and documented across the UK. Logic and behavioral patterns support this. When officers are close, meaning in their workplace they are friends, they often protect each other, even in the face of wrongdoing. Furthermore, in my evidence, where of course some will be provided here in First Stage Part 1, it would be demonstrating that the IOPC shield the police where they will remain unchecked for corruption. This isn't just a personal viewpoint that could suggest I'm somehow isolated. In fact, I'm far from alone. Chronologically, in 2023, Sal Nassim, the IOPC's director for London, announced his resignation. But it wasn't until 2024 that the reasons became publicly clear, with reports highlighting a toxic culture inside the IOPC. Then, on 21st March 2024, Dr. Jean Fairfield's independent review was published, exposing serious failings within the IOPC, exactly the kind I'm pointing out herein. Further to this, His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, also known as HMICFRS, also published findings in 2024, warning of a culture of denial within policing, where preserving reputation is placed above truth and accountability. For clarity, I approached the IOPC with my case just before, within months of all these findings, from Sal Nassim, Dr. Fairfield, and HMICFRS came to light. So while this First Stage Part 1 is grounded in my own experience and supported by the evidence I have submitted, I make clear that the purpose of me bringing the evidence of the Fairfield Review and HMICFRS within the disclaimer is to make obvious that I am not alone and that this issue goes well beyond just my case. All allegations remain allegations unless confirmed by a court or independent authority. This presentation is made in the public interest. Note on quoted dialogue. Some statements quoted in this presentation are paraphrased or reconstructed from recorded audio. Direct quotes are used where verified, otherwise phrasing is presented as close as possible to the original intent. In key sections, audio excerpts are played to allow viewers to hear the source directly. Note on dates and document excerpts. To protect the integrity and privacy of sensitive materials, some documents shown in this presentation may contain redacted dates. This is done to prevent overexposure of identifying details or still providing viewers with clear narrative structure and sequencing. Note on audio recordings. For privacy and security, some audio recordings in this presentation may have been altered in voice to protect identities or selectively edited to remove sensitive or unrelated material. In certain cases, spoken details, such as names or addresses, may have been replaced with alternate content for privacy protection. Where voice alteration or content substitution is applied, it is solely for safeguarding those involved. No edits have been made that would distort the meaning or context of what was said. The integrity of the content and its evidential value remains fully intact. Note for viewers using audio to be listening to my narration. Where further disclaimers apply, I will briefly refer to them, for example, by saying as per the disclaimer visible on the screen. And as you can see on top in the video of the header, it states summary disclaimer, which is a brief summary of the disclaimer I am reading. Summary disclaimer notice. The summary disclaimer appears at the top of every page, in the header only, as an ongoing legal and contextual reminder. Note on accuracy and corrections. Every effort has been made to ensure the accuracy of the statements presented. Where facts are asserted, they are based on my genuine understanding at the time of publication, supported by records such as audio recordings, correspondence, or personal experience. If any part of this presentation is later found to be factually incorrect, misattributed, or potentially inflammatory, I respectfully ask that I be contacted directly, where my contact contact details are seen in the channel description below. I respectfully ask that I be contacted directly and given a fair opportunity to make a correction before any formal or legal action is considered. No statement has been made with deliberate intent to mislead, defame, or cause harm. This presentation reflects a sincere attempt to seek truth and accountability, and I remain open to amending any genuine oversight brought to my attention. I now provide a short video that supports the fact of the wrongs are rife in this society that demonstrates I am not alone, where the video that follows includes a partial segment from a public video, which reflects the same behavioural patterns I've described above and which have also been acknowledged by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, also known as HMICFRS. It is shown here to illustrate that the behaviours I have personally experienced are not isolated, but are widely seen, recorded and recognised by others across the UK. The video will now begin playing automatically. Before the following video begins, I want to acknowledge and respect the creator of the video clip you're about to see, a public video produced by YouTube Crime Watch. I'm now going to read a parenthesis, where if one ends on Crime Watch, you will be diverted to the changed name Copper Stopper. I will now read by the parenthesis and then jump over. I want to acknowledge and respect the creator of the video clip you're about to see, a public video produced by YouTube Crime Watch, whose website link is provided in the description below. Crime Watch is a valuable resource for the public, offering clear insight into policing behaviours across the UK. His platform provides a wide range of tools, videos, and educational content to help people understand their rights. He has also written a book titled Copper Stopper, which offers practical guidance to the public and is highly regarded. The video clip will now begin.
Service. Most, if not all officers, will at some point in their careers abuse their powers. They will misstate the law, keep someone detained until they answer questions, use excessive force, make a malicious arrest, lay false charges, fabricate a statement, perjure themselves in court, trespass into people's homes, conduct malicious searches, seize lawful property and just generally reject civil rights and liberties when it suits them. These are routine abuses committed thousands of times daily across the country by the police. Meanwhile, the few good apples that remain in the force are equally complicit, covering for colleagues, assisting them, closing ranks and playing the us versus them game that has poisoned British policing for decades. So no, I won't insult my audience with a rhetorical disclaimer of not all cops are like this, because it simply isn't true. It's also patronising. It assumes the worst of every viewer, treating them as idiots, unable to think for themselves. I don't tell the audience what to think, I tell them what I think. They're entitled to draw their own conclusions based on their own opinions and experiences. What I think of the police can be summed up in 4 words. They are the enemy. I have no opinion of police officers as individuals, as I don't know them. I'm certain that some of them are good people with sincere motives. That should be encouraged. But collectively, they're nothing more than a criminal gang who place their own interests above all others and police us by fear, not by consent.
Now they've seen evidence that this system is rife with issues far beyond a few bad apples, it's important to be clear. In my opinion, it's closer to 99.9% of policing that is in some way corrupt. This being even if only through the smallest lie or casual deflection. Just a quick note, which is a quick reminder, please bear with me as I continue to go through this important context. This being even if only through the smallest lie or casual deflection. That's not something I say lightly. It's what I found from the 2000s to today through direct experience. Not once did I ever see an officer call out another officer's wrongdoing. And even when it was acknowledged, it was always painted under the umbrella of nothing serious. In my view, they want to project an illusion to make it seem as though they hold their own colleagues accountable, but it's nothing more than a facade. It's built into their jobs to protect each other. They're not going to risk losing their positions. Instead, they'll paint it as something minor or claim it's just an area where someone needs more learning. But over time, as I discovered, those small wrongs are painted as though they're minor, when in fact they're far from trivial. They're all part and parcel of what ultimately helps favour the police. In my view, these were deliberate wrongs that revealed corruption, even if you can't always see it immediately. It takes time to piece all the intricacies together and truly understand what they did and why. Often it was a tiny act with a huge impact, precisely because of the motives behind it. Because at the end of the day, they are colleagues and friends, as I've already highlighted. They attend parties together, they protect each other. So why wouldn't they lie or close ranks against the public? The truth is, it isn't that they wouldn't. The statistics and oversight reports show it's all too common. And beyond that, the evidence I've accumulated in my corruption complaint, which, for clarity, is not shown publicly here and is currently only held by the IOPC, contains more than 400 exhibits. That's how extensive this is. However, in this first stage, part 1, there will be very limited mention of police. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. But the first stage, part 2, may contain a bit more of police. However, in the second stage video, it will then begin to explain further about police corruption and the criminals. I'll now begin reading prior the parenthesis and then jump over. That's how extensive this is. However, in this first stage, part 1, there will be very limited mention of police. At this point, I'm now going to explore the above prima facie as to why I say the IOPC is checkmate, where although the prima facie makes it factual, nonetheless that is prima facie, and the following is evidence that, in my opinion, proves checkmate. In my opinion, the mechanisms that people don't see is due to it takes years to notice what is going on. What I've uncovered over so many years, from the 2000s to today, and what I'm now sharing is something most people would never come to realise. That's because it takes both time and relentless dedication to discover the corrupt acts and wrongs carried out by the police and the IOPC. In truth, these revelations often come by accident, simply by refusing to let go of your case. The longer you stay with it, the more you start to see the mechanics of their misconduct. And while it was painful to enjoy this for and while it was painful to endure this for so many years, that endurance became the very reason I was able to expose, and in my opinion, share evidence of corruption with the public. One of the most prevalent and critical mechanisms is deflection, right at the very first interactions. We turn to those we trust for help, only to be caught off guard at the start. And then, as time goes on, they begin to avoid you, introduce delays. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. They walk slow. They don't care how long it takes. They're doing a job, so why would they care how long it takes and how long, for example, the public wait for outcomes, etc. And here I am testament to such, where at this moment it has been ongoing since the 2000s to today. I will now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. We turn to those we trust for help, only to be caught off guard at the start. And then, as time goes on, they begin to avoid you, introduce delays, and subtly gather information, testing whether it's safe for them to proceed with lies or fabrications and or how to perform or act. That first moment is the one that matters most. It's where our initial trust becomes the first point of damage. of which those entrusted to help us can exploit that trust for their own self-preservation, steering everyone away from holding them accountable. The mechanisms of the IOPC, where, in my opinion, the evidence reveals one of many mechanisms in place within the IOPC. And again, in my opinion, this case and this video, first stage part 1, your viewing stands testament. And just a quick reminder of the summary disclaimer above in the headers. I've already touched on what I discovered about police corruption stretching back to the 2000s. Now, here we are in 2023, when I brought forward my full corruption complaint, putting together everything I had uncovered over all those years for the IOPC to investigate. And to my surprise, I was met with the very same kind of mechanisms to deflect the case. I'm now going to stop reading in parentheses. Just as the police have deflected the serious crimes upon my nan. I'll now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. And to my surprise, I was met with the very same kind of mechanisms to deflect the case. And in this instance, the IOPC deflected my corruption complaint against the police. Therefore, the first interaction with the IOPC, and in hindsight, I noticed it was a carefully, in my opinion, a choreographed act of deflection. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. And although I'm entitled to hold that opinion, the IOPC cannot hide behind mere opinions. They have statutory duties, moral obligations, and must exercise initiative. I'll now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. Therefore, the first interaction with the IOPC, and in hindsight, I noticed it was a carefully, in my opinion, a choreographed act of deflection. And unlike what the IOPC might later claim, after keeping us waiting 40 weeks just to assign a caseworker, we are not reliant on their usual fallback, that recordings are deleted under policy after a certain period of time. Thankfully, we recorded those calls with the IOPC ourselves. But even if the IOPC were to produce their own recordings, but that they are the same as my recordings, that still doesn't absolve them of anything. The point is this. The first interaction is where the real damage happened. That was when I came to the IOPC in 2023, and here we are, years later, still fighting the same fight. Therefore, to put this in perspective, we have already explained above as to the mandate that all 7 IOPC operatives are aware of, and that the last operative 7 caseworker had closed the case and avoided to take initiative as the mandate states, and that the reason why he did so, in my opinion, is because he's acting criminally. It's directly after this closure that caused me to look at the legislation mandate as already seen above in excerpt 0 on video page 13. And just to remind one quickly on what was said on video page 13 as the IOPC's mandate, it explained that if the IOPC learns of something serious, they can step in immediately. No need to wait for the police to hand it to them. I will now continue reading there in the video. It's directly after this closure that caused me to look at the legislation mandate as already seen above in excerpt 0 on video page 13. And then also caused me to remember about the first 2 IOPC operatives, and then suddenly realizing that I have the audio recordings. What has kept this case dragging on from the 2000s all the way to now? It's simple. It's the very avoidance of interactions that, in my view, is the corrupt act in itself. There were never any meaningful interactions, the kind that could shift their narrative. And because of that, there were never any corrections made. Had they meaningfully interacted, corrections would have followed. I'm now beginning reading a parenthesis. And in hindsight, we also see spanners deliberately thrown in the works to cause delay from the police and clearly from the IOPC too. I'm now going to read slowly prior to parentheses and then jump over. And because of that, there were never any corrections made. Had they meaningfully interacted, corrections would have followed. The police and IOPC both did the same thing. No genuine engagement. And in my opinion, a deliberate avoidance of morals and initiative, so they could paint the picture however they wanted and reach the outcomes that, in my opinion, we're now making clear in this first stage part 1. Indeed, I believe the 7 operatives all followed the exact same pattern. The avoidance of meaningful interaction was absent in all 7 operatives, and all police involved as well did the exact same. And in my opinion, that avoidance is itself a corrupt act. Indeed, the first mishandled interaction by Operative 1 on telephone and Operative 2 on telephone triggered a chain of events designed to shield everyone involved from accountability, as if nothing had gone wrong at all. I was deflected straight back to the police, with Operative 1 on telephone and Operative 2 on telephone, both telling me I had to go to the police first, even though I explicitly said I had a corruption complaint. And so today, the police remain completely unchecked because of exactly what you're about to hear in these audios. And here are those first 2 operatives, with the rest to follow in the first stage part 2. However, before hearing the audios, get this. The evidence I'm shown across all 7 operatives, even though not all of it is in this first stage part 1, demonstrates that every single one, no matter how small their role might seem, contributed to why this case stands where it does today. One must ask, why is it that all 7 show, in my opinion, some form of wrongdoing? Why isn't there even one who can't be classed that way? The answer is simple. In my view, it's deliberate. It's designed to avoid meaningful interaction, where instead of genuinely engaging, they lay down the tracks for how it will all pan out, telling you how it's going to be. In any case, here is the audio evidence. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis, where, to be clear, the very beginning of the audios have been cut away just so we can get straight to the core. I'll now read via the parenthesis and then jump over. In any case, here is the audio evidence of the first 2 operatives to clearly demonstrate exactly what I mean. The audio will now begin playing automatically.
Good afternoon, Station Rebecca at the IOPC. Please can I take your name?
So I'm going to really give my language to query about police complaint. Give a quick query. Are you able to advise me on police complaints?
Yeah.
Okay. So my query is, I made numerous complaints about police in the past for just whatever. I've made numerous complaints, but recently I've now found out the police were corrupt. How do I, because I made complaints to the police in the past, is it automatically looked at by the police or the IOPC under a corrupt point of view by themselves? Or might I actually complain to the police and say, I'm accusing them of being corrupt and provide information?
So the complaint process is set out under legislation, so when a complaint is made, it has to go to the appropriate authority before concerned. So for instance, if he was making a complaint about Manchester Police, the complaint has to go to Manchester.
Yeah, looking through not understand my questions. So I've made complaints in the past, Yeah, nothing about corrupt, because complaints in the past but nothing to do with corrupt. However, when I put a complaint in, do the relevant authorities then withheld look at the complaint yourselves at the appeal stage, look at the complaint under to see if it's corrupt or not. It's fine, I've not complained. In other words, is misconduct corrupt, seen as corrupt?
So I think maybe that's the confusion. That's why I understand the question that you're asking, but as I was saying, that the complaint's not one process. So when you make a complaint, it goes to them. It's for them to look into it in the first instance, and once you get an outcome letter, you might be offered a resolution.
Hello again, hello issue. I'll try and put it more simply. So I can tell it. So in the past, I've complained about the page for no action. That's all. I've complained about no action from the police. And then it's gone to the appeal stage to the IOPC, and then on to judicial review. Eventually, during that process, both the IOPC look at my complaint under to see if there's any corrupt.
Yeah, I understood the question that you asked, and my answer remains the same. The complaint process is the complaint process. The IOPC won't have any involvement in the complaint unless we're appointed as a relevant review body at the end of the complaint, or if it meets a level.
About your area. You're the body for corrupt police that you investigate corrupt police.
So the complaint is set out under legislation, and there's a referral criteria. So if a complaint is made in the first instance, and when they receive the complaint in the professional standards department, they will refer to the guidance that's there, and if they believe it meets the mandatory referral criteria, they will make that referral to the IOPC.
On your website, it says you deal with investigate corrupt police.
So we oversee the police complaint process, and we're looking into cases of serious police misconduct, but you can't make a referral to the IOPC if that's what you're asking, essentially. As I said, the complaint is set out in legislation, so a complaint has to go to the professional standards department in the first instance, and it's for them to determine whether or not mandatory referral criteria has been met, and if it has, they have an obligation to follow that to the IOPC in a timely manner.
Alright, you're right, and I can't come straight to you to report corrupt police.
Essentially, yeah, you can't come straight to the IOPC to make a complaint. The complaint process is set out under legislation, so anyone who wants to make a complaint has to follow that legislation.
So if any action I want to take against for being corrupt, are you saying I have to complain to make a complaint to the Met Police themselves?
If you want to make a complaint or an allegation of corruption by the police, yeah, you have to follow the complaint process that's already set out.
So why would I go to the very people that I'm saying are corrupt?
Because the legislation that's out, unfortunately. You can only, if you're not happy with the legislation, you'd have to escalate it to your local MP. But unfortunately, that wouldn't change the legislation. You can raise your concerns in terms of that you're not happy with the legislation. But it is set out in Parliament that that's what should happen in terms of police complaints. It goes to the professional standards department.
So you I like that. We basically say I don't trust the Met Police at all, so I complain to the people that I don't trust.
That's a decision you'd have to make if you want to make a complaint. The complaint has to go to the appropriate authority in the first instance. As I said, if you get an outcome letter and you're offered a right of review, that will advise you of a local, independent body such as the IOPC or MOPAC in this instance, and you can escalate it for an independent review. But in terms of making the initial complaint, it does have to go to the appropriate authority in the first instance.
Before we let them give them a chance to do cuts again.
My advice is what it is, unfortunately.
Okay, then.
Hello, IOPC. Alex speaking. Can I take your name?
Lucy, another quick a few questions about making a complaint to the IOPC.
Okay. Have you contacted us before?
Yeah, once, a few days ago.
Okay. Do you want to just run through with me what it is that you need advice on?
So I had a complaint of serious corruption about the Met Police, and I wish to make the serious complaint directly to yourself. And as I understand from your website that the police force must refer the most serious complaints to yourselves. However, since that would happen in any case, I would rather complain directly to you, where my complaint is about serious corruption of the mechanism?
Unfortunately, this process is set out in legislation, so what would happen is you're more than welcome to send it to ourselves, but we would have to pass it to what's called the Complaints Resolution Unit of the Metropolitan Police. They will make an assessment about whether it meets the mandatory referral criteria, and it will be referred to ourselves if it does meet that criteria. But in the first instance, we will have to send it to the Complaints Resolution Unit to make.
Another question. So on your website, it says that the force must consider the complaint and log it. And then the force has to consider whether the complaint should be referred to the IOPC. So when they consider it, do they bring through all the complaint themselves and analyse and investigate it? Or is it immediate, like they've seen the complaint is about serious corruption and then they immediately refer it to yourself?
So they have to look at the complaint and make the assessment, and that is when they will make the assessment as to whether it should be referred or not.
Well, it is a very large case about having 2,000 documents of the complaint. So if this complaint is sent to the police, would they hold it indefinitely, or is there a time limit for the police?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to, if it's 2,000 pages, I wouldn't be able to give you a time frame. We're completely separate from them, so all I can kind of really advise you on is that they will make that assessment, and if it meets the mandatory referral criteria, it'll be referred to ourselves.
And as I also understood, you're the one who investigates some serious complaints made about brokers.
Well, it still has to go to the appropriate authority first.
Right, well, as I understood that you deal with serious complaints, and are complaining directly to yourself?
That's incorrect. As I've just said, in terms of your complaint, if it meets the mandatory referral criteria, it still has to go to the appropriate authority, and they will then make that assessment.
Okay, and I know that obviously my complaint is of serious corruption, and it would be referred to yourself. And I'm being told by the police that that corruption would be definitely referred to the IOPC.
But it's for them to make that assessment. You wouldn't be able to. Excuse
me. Okay, Maria.
Hear it yourself.
Another question: can I submit a complaint directly straight to you?
No, we still have to follow this process. This process is set out in legislation.
Okay, so what if I don't trust the police to have all my documentation of the complaint, and they're gonna send to you their own, they might take some stuff out, etc.
So you can send it to ourselves in the first instance, and we can send it on your behalf if you are worried about things going missing or anything like that.
So if I send it to a hotel with a complaint, would you be, for instance, stamping every document, like proof or I don't repeat by yourself?
No, we wouldn't be doing that. We would just be passing it to the appropriate authority, and that is the Complaints Resolution Unit.
But for once I get it, if you never checked, then no, police may not have exactly the same as my complaint, what you receive back. You're going to send it to the police, and then the police will refer it back to yourself. And
yeah, so we will have a copy of it on our system.
What, every single page?
If you send the whole thing to us, we will have it on our system, but we won't be stamping every single page of a 2,000-page document.
How you would have it on your system?
If you send it to us in the first instance, we will then pass it on your behalf.
You said you'd have it on your system, so how would you have it on your system?
If you want to send it to us, then we would have it on our system.
Can we elaborate what you mean by on your system?
So we have a system of complaints that is our record. So if you are worried about things going missing, you can send it to us, we will put it on our system, and then we will pass it to the complaints resolution unit.
So 2,000 pages will be put on our system.
Yes, the whole document, yeah.
So the whole documents of 2,000 pages would be put on your system, will be scanned onto your system.
If that's what you would rather do, yeah. Or it will be passed to the...
What do you mean what I would rather do? It's just simply you put on your system.
Well, it's your decision. If you can send it directly to the complaints resolution unit.
Let's go through the process. So we might decide to send the complaint directly to you. What would happen for the 2,000 pages when I send the complaint directly to you? Then you automatically scan it on your system, the documents, all over every document.
It's our admin department scan it onto our system, and then we will pass it to what's called the complaints resolution unit of the Metropolitan Police.
So you're saying on the whole 2,000 documents will be scanned by admin team and then passed to the correct department.
Yeah.
Are you saying I have to request that, or is that automatic?
So that's what... If you can alternatively send it directly to them.
I'm gonna send it to yourselves. I decide to send the whole complaint to yourselves. What happens next?
We will forward it to the complaints resolution unit.
Would it be scanned on the system automatically or pre?
No, a copy of it will be scanned by members of staff from the admin team, and then it will be forwarded to the complaints resolution unit.
So the admin team automatically scan the documentation. Every single document.
Yeah, it's scanned on a scanner.
Or must I request the admin team to do such, scan every document on?
No, it will be done automatically, so it's on our system.
Every single page will be scanned on by the admin team. Every exhibit that I've provided.
As I've already advised now numerous times, it will be scanned by our admin team. Alternatively, you can just go to them directly.
So the police.
The complaints resolution unit.
Who is that? Is that the complaints department of the Met Police?
Yes, it is.
No, I don't trust them, so I would do it send the complaint straight to yourselves.
Okay, but just so you're aware, if you send it to ourselves, we will be passing it to them. We will not be dealing with it in the first instance.
Yeah, yes, I've understood that. But my concern is when it was passed to the complaints department or the police, the reason I'm so concerned is because I've been before with yourself and Charlotte did not pass everything to the police. She left from the documentation out.
Can you just let me know what your reference number is if you've had prior contact with ourselves, please?
Well, not at this present moment. I'm just trying to find out information.
Can I take your full name to find you on our system?
Well, I'm just trying to find out information.
Well, as you've mentioned, you have a prior contact with ourselves. I do just need to check that you aren't a banned caller, so if you could just let me know what your full name is.
No, I'm just inquiring with a question.
I'm going to look to terminate the phone call now, just because you aren't going to provide any information.
What have I got to do with anything? I'm just the general public asking a question.
You have mentioned that you've had prior contact with ourselves, and you are refusing to give me...
I've had like an years before.
I'm going to look to terminate the phone call now, but thank you for calling us today.
Although you have now gained the evidence of Operative 1 on telephone and Operative 2 on telephone who caused the defection, nonetheless, get this, and in my opinion, my case also captured the police in their corrupt acts. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. Of course, that isn't proven here. That's all laid out in the corruption complaint itself, which the IOPC has avoided and thus has left police entirely unchecked for corruption. Hence why this video to you, the public, exists. I will now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. My case also captured the police in their corrupt acts. Thankfully, some of these interactions with the police were also recorded. One of those recordings will be played shortly herein, and one or two more, only for context, and not all recordings of police, would appear in the coming part 2 thereafter this part 1. For clarity, part 1 and part 2 are both within the first stage. And also for clarity, directly after part 2 has been uploaded would mean the first stage is completed. This would then in turn mean that next in line would begin with a second stage video, which will be focused on the police and the criminals themselves. What the recordings with the police show is simple. The police deflected this case and brushed us away. Following and beyond the police and reaching the IOPC in 2023, the IOPC were being recorded. However, to explain how and why I'm recording the IOPC. In the early days with the police, after recording them and seeing how they were acting in ways that clearly couldn't be trusted, I still didn't fully understand the deeper reasons behind their behaviour in those early days. What I did know was this: something was off. The interactions simply weren't normal, but at the time I couldn't yet see whether that was truly wrong or how serious it might turn out to be. Then came the face-to-face meetings. Standing there, talking about why we'd arranged those meetings, it all seemed one way. Yet afterwards, there was always something strange. Something didn't add up. That's when I realised there should have been a recording. It was moments like that which pushed me to buy an automatic recording device as soon as possible, at least for calls with the police. Back in the early 2000s, we were only using a simple handheld recorder. But as the years dragged on, dealing with more and more officers across all those atrocious encounters, it became clear we needed something permanent. Along that path, we ended up telling different officers the same things over and over again. And just to be absolutely clear, yes, it is generally said that each officer has to be judged on what they did individually, but that's exactly how the police, or those protecting them, want you to view it. The truth is, no matter how minor or isolated each act might appear on its own, the real issue emerges when you step back and look at them collectively. That's when a different picture forms, one that, in my view, begins to look like conspiracy, a coordinated effort to achieve the same obstructive outcomes again and again. And that coordination only becomes visible when you connect to the individual elements. Taken separately, they may seem insignificant, but seen together, they reveal something far more serious, a damning pattern of aligned behaviour. And this doesn't just apply to the police, it applies equally to the IOPC. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. For clarity, my first dealings with them began when they were still known as the IPCC. Later, they rebranded as the IOPC, supposedly to signal reform and rebirth. But as this first stage video is already beginning to show, those changes made no real difference. In my opinion, what was presented as reform merely became a more sophisticated way of maintaining failure, now harder to detect than before. In other words, they simply got better at it, better at appearing accountable while continuing the same underlying misconduct in more subtle and evasive ways. And now, as we examine the actions of 7 IOPC operatives, each avoiding interaction, each following the same obstructive path, that pattern becomes undeniable. I'll now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. And that coordination only becomes visible when you connect the individual elements. Taken separately, they may seem insignificant, but seen together, they reveal something far more serious, a damning pattern of aligned behaviour. And this doesn't just apply to the police, it applies equally to the IOPC. Those defending the police will always try to isolate each little incident, treating it like it's harmless. They won't look at the bigger problem, the corruption, the systemic nature of it, and definitely not the criminal acts/intent that the police do. But here's the truth. Every little thing a police officer does is part of a machinery that automatically puts you at a disadvantage, because all their actions are shaped by the policies, procedures, and tools that they've been given. It's all designed to lead to the outcome that, in my case, I stand here today as proof for. This is something you'd never spot unless you lived a case like mine, where every step is documented, showing exactly what happened and how these officers performed. That's how you capture corruption, and that's exactly what I have done. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top of every header. In my opinion, the IOPC are avoiding this precisely because they know that if they examined the corruption complaint properly, it would force massive changes that, in my view, they'd rather avoid. By stating this, I am making clear, I believe their inaction is deliberate. And yes, in my opinion, it is deliberate, because that's exactly what the evidence shows from the beginning right through to today. Anyway, and coming back to the point of the audio device as mentioned above on video page 49. And just to remind one, what is on and been explained on video page 49 is that by 2023, I was recording the IOPC, but that started with the police. Early on, I used a basic handheld recorder because something about those interactions with police just wasn't normal. Face-to-face meetings always left gaps in the story, and I knew there should have been a record. Over the years, as we dealt with more officers and more serious failures, I moved to a permanent automatic recorder, of which I purchased one. Now I've finished the reminder, I will continue reading there in the video. Anyway, I'm coming back to the point of the audio device as mentioned above on video page 49. I connected an automatic recorder directly to my landline so that any incoming or outgoing call would be digitally recorded without me needing to press anything. It just happened automatically. Sometimes I wasn't even thinking about while talking. Other times it crossed my mind, but by then it had already become routine, a safeguard mainly aimed at the police. And it had already paid dividends by proving serious wrongdoing on their part. But of course, it's all been avoided by everyone. In other words, today there's no one who's looked at this case in any way, shape or form. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. And also, today, no one has looked at the criminals in the proper form that they were supposed to, as serious crimes, not as civil matters, which is how it was falsely portrayed by the police. This, despite the fact that the evidence provided to the police clearly proved serious crimes against the criminals. However, the police didn't want to pursue those as serious crimes as outlined throughout. Therefore, they committed corrupt acts to avoid treating them as serious crimes. I will now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. But of course, it's all been avoided by everyone. In other words, today there's no one who's looked at this case in any way, shape or form. And if they have, it's always bypassing it, as the IOPC clearly, in my opinion, have done, as I'm shown here in this first stage part 1. In the end, it was the police's long undeniable pattern of behaviour that ultimately led me to install the automatic device, capturing every incoming and outgoing call anytime the telephone landline was used. Therefore, indeed the automatic recording device had paid dividends, where, as you already heard above on video page 47, and just to remind one of what was outlined on video page 47 in the recordings, is where the first mishandled interaction by operative 1 on telephone and operative 2 on telephone deflected me straight back to the police, even after I made clear it was a corruption complaint, where across all 7 operatives, none acted without fault. In my view, that's deliberate, avoiding meaningful interaction and steering the outcome. Now, reminded one, I will continue reading there in the video. Therefore, indeed, the automatic recording device have paid dividends, where, as you already heard above on video page 47, the first two IOPC operatives had deflected me back to the police. In my view, this has checkmated the IOPC from ever being able to claim they are not at fault for why the corruption complaint was avoided and left police unchecked for corruption. And that's why, in my opinion, the very first contact is always the most damaging point, because without evidence of what truly happened at that first moment, the public remains powerless to ever prove how the system protects itself. And to this moment in time, the police remain completely unchecked by the IOPC for the corruption laid out in the corruption complaint, a complaint the IOPC was supposed to examine, not deflect, as you heard above. Even though the first two IOPC operatives knew exactly what their own mandate says, they still wouldn't make the obvious connection and simply say, yes, we do, for serious matters. And of course, the word corruption, which I told them about 3 separate times, totaling 6 times, sometimes using the explicit words, serious corruption complaint, was damning proof of their avoidance to actually give a yes or no answer. The reason that the first two IOPC operatives didn't say yes or no, even though between them they had 6 clear opportunities, is obvious, but only in hindsight. Because the moment they did, I would have said back to them, "Oh, right, okay, so our case is about the killing of my nan that the police allowed to happen, meaning the police contributed to her death. And that's exactly what this corruption complaint is all about." And of course, though, that's exactly what they wanted to avoid it triggering me to say out loud. Clearly, the IOPC chose to avoid the most basic, normal human interaction, a simple yes or no. Instead, both operatives deflected me to the police, but also as well stated it's in legislation. However, let's be clear. At the time of those calls, and although I felt it was strange, I didn't realize that what they were saying to me was their method of deflection. It was only much later, almost a year on from that point, that I came to understand after carefully looking at their legislation and mandate, as already seen above in excerpt 0 on video page 13, on which I will now remind one what was their mandate on video page 13, where the mandate is if the IOPC learns of something serious, they can step in immediately, no need to wait for the police to hand it to them. Now I've finished the quick reminder, I'll continue reading in the video. After carefully looking at the legislation and mandate, as already seen above in excerpt 0 on video page 13, that they were wrong. They had deflected me. Some might argue, but the operatives told you to look at the legislation. So from their side, that's fair enough. But that argument collapses immediately. Why? Because it ignores the simple truth. These people are put in those roles to be human, to engage and talk properly with the public, not hide behind vague pointers to documents. Look at how Operative 1 on telephone and Operative 2 on telephone handled it. They didn't interact like normal humans. They steered me away, pushed me toward legislation or indirect routes, and never gave clear answers. In my view, they were the IOPC's first line of defense, not there to help but to deflect, sending the public right back to the police. So we have to ask, why does the IOPC even bother using human staff to speak with the public? Why not just run it through automated recordings, since they don't actually behave like genuine humans anyway? And in my opinion, here's the answer, plain and simple. With human staff, they can pick and choose who they actually help and who they quietly brush aside. The small, simple cases, they will take those on. but the serious ones they avoid. In my opinion, that's exactly why they deliberately have humans doing this. They need to show some successes, some cases that prove that IOPC works, so they can hide how the truly serious complaints get buried. At this point, we've already established above that the first 2 IOPC operatives did in fact deflect me. Now we come to the evidence for the final operative, Operative 7 caseworker, who only became involved after we had already waited 40 weeks following those 2 operatives you had heard above on video page 47. But let's not forget, there are still the middle operatives, operatives 3, 4, 5 and 6, who will be covered in first stage part 2, so as to give the completion of the first stage. For now, we go straight to the last Operative 7 caseworker, because he was the one who ultimately closed the case. He did so with full awareness of the IOPC's mandate, and in my view, made a deliberate choice that amounts to criminal conduct. Thus, the mandate above in excerpt 0 on video page 13, which I'll quickly remind one what was explained on video page 13 as to the IOPC's mandate, is if the IOPC learns of something serious, they can step in immediately, no need to wait for the police to hand it to them. I'll now continue reading them in a video. Thus, the mandate above in excerpt 0 on video page 13 was fully known to Operative 1 on telephone, Operative 2 on telephone, and obviously it's known to the IOPC as a whole, and also Operative 7 caseworker. And simply put, they all have morals and initiative, not only opinions and procedures. The following will begin explaining how bizarre and preposterous Operative 7 caseworker was acting when he was already aware of the mandate. Operative 7 caseworker had eyes on our appeal before making first contact, and that putting it in a simple term in this instance, this is what he discovered from the appeal without any hardship, and I quote, begin quote, thereby, and for 7 years whilst police were active was prolonged with the fear that she held and eventually was killed as a result of no action from police, end quote. In fact, the word kill appeared 24 times in the appeal, and he also saw the words corruption relating to the police over 200 times. It was also made clear within the appeal that the IOPC should be dealing with the corruption complaint. But it gets even more striking. Operative 7 caseworker also had the police's own complaint outcome letter right in front of him, where the police themselves acknowledged this was about organizational corruption. That means you couldn't possibly miss the absolute obvious, the word corruption that was stated either by us or by the police complaints officer herself. Yet, despite all of that, when he finally made first contact in an email, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, where this email will also be not only herein, but also excerpted in first stage part 2 as well, due to this is a very crucial first interaction. I'll now read the parentheses and then jump over. Yet, despite all of that, when he finally made first contact in an email, he instantly deflected. In my view, that deflection involved a deliberate act that crosses into criminal territory. The following excerpt is that first interaction email received by Operative 7. I'm now going to begin reading excerpt 01, which is an email from Operative 7. Good morning. I'm wanting to let you know that I've been allocated your application for review against the no further action decision made by the Metropolitan Police Service, MPS. The MPS have stated that they consider your complaint to be repetitious of a previous complaint made by, under their reference number. In order to complete my assessment, please could you state where your complaint differs from and cite the evidence which supports your view. I'm aware that you have submitted evidence held on a USB stick. But as this relates to 26 gigabyte of data, it would not be proportionate to review such a large amount of data without some guidance regarding the specific evidence highlighting the differences in the two complaints. Please provide your representations/response within 7 days, i.e. before closing of business on 2024. And just to know, I finished reading excerpt 0.1, and for people viewing the video, you can see blacked out parts, which is of course sensitive information that doesn't need to be seen. I'll now continue reading the video. Therefore, instead of directly examining the corruption complaint, he simply adopted the police's claim that it was repetitious of a prior complaint and then gave excuses as if he had good reason not to look at the corruption complaint. His line of reasoning would be that he was only asking for something quick and tangible first, but that was precisely the trick. By asking for this, he created the perfect method to later give an excuse for avoiding the actual corruption complaint altogether. Make no mistake, in that very first contact, Operative 7 caseworker had already steered the corruption complaint away from ever being scrutinized. But to do so, in my opinion, required actions that amount to criminal conduct. His duty was to examine the corruption complaint itself, not to put it back onto me to prove why it was repetitious. That was the tactic all along. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on the headers. But here's a crucial point. Even if my corruption complaint truly were repetitious of a prior complaint, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, which is absolutely impossible, since even the appeal are provided separately outside of the corruption complaint is just as powerful on its own. I'll now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. But here's the crucial point. Even if my corruption complaint truly were repetitious of a prior complaint, repetitious would still be irrelevant. Why? Because it was a corruption complaint. By the IOPC's own mandate, they are obliged to prioritize and investigate corruption along with other serious matters, regardless of whether the police claim it's repetitious. Let's not forget, Operative 7 caseworker had already seen everything in the appeal, including explicit statements about men suffering under police inaction for 7 years, ultimately being killed by that neglect. There in the appeal, he saw the word kill appear 24 times and corruption over 200 times. So even if the police told him it was repetitious, so what? That has nothing to do with why Operative 7 caseworker would refuse to investigate a serious corruption complaint with such obvious gravity that he has already also gained in the appeal. Which is why, when I had complied with Operative 7's caseworker request, I also made clear by stating, and I quote, begin quote, where I would have thought my representation application letter had supporting evidence of my complaint not being repetitious, end quote. Thus, clearly by stating as I did as quoted above, was that in my view, the appeal itself already contained clear evidence showing my corruption complaint wasn't repetitious. I wanted to remind Operative 7 caseworker that he already had what he needed right there, without requiring anything further to prove the point. And although I still provided him what he asked for, it wasn't ever needed because the appeal already was ample. But here's the critical point. After I provided what he requested, and furthermore, due to the fact what I stated as quoted above, but I would have thought he would have had everything in the appeal, there was no interaction whatsoever, even though I was expecting a reply. Shockingly, I then suddenly received an outcome stating the case was closed. It was only at that stage that I began to understand why Operative 7 caseworker had offered no engagement at all. No interaction, many only ever travelled one way, his way. Had he actually engaged and responded, there would have been an opportunity for the trajectory to shift. But in my opinion, Operative 7 caseworker deliberately avoided interaction to secure a pre-decided outcome through conduct I believe was criminal. The goal was to ensure the path couldn't change. His outcome was already set. So what gives me the certainty to say that's what he did? Because he did eventually answer us, but only in his closure outcome, not beforehand. He closed the case at first, then gave his reasons after, with no opportunity for us to respond or alter the course. And here we are today, due to his, in my opinion, corrupt acts. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that his goal was simple: to deflect, just as the two operatives did before him. That's why it's so blatantly unjustifiable that he closed the case. There was never any engagement that could have changed his mind from closing it. Therefore, for absolute clarity, the entirety of the interaction with Operative 7 caseworker was a single email from him, and then the closure outcome. That absence of interaction was by design, so we could close it without challenge. And here is the evidence that proves what I'm stating above is fact, where the following excerpt is what he stated in his closure outcome. I'll now read excerpt 1. We have not investigated your complaint as part of this review. I finished reading excerpt 1. I will continue reading there in the video. And that this secures, without any question, that he's not looking at my corruption complaint. But that's what he more or less hit on in the first email he sent to me, but also in his outcome. At first glance, someone reading above excerpt 1 would gain as though he has some valid reasoning behind the statement, as if there's a legitimate basis for not investigating a corruption complaint. But here's the problem. There is absolutely nothing that gives him valid grounds to avoid investigating what he knows is a serious corruption complaint. The most crucial point is, Operative 7 caseworker finally had read the appeal and can only be fully aware this was a serious corruption complaint involving the police in crimes of corruption by allowing criminals to continue abusing my nan over many years, ultimately contributing to her death. Operative 7 caseworker, fully aware of all this, was obligated to exercise his own initiative under the mandate, meaning he was duty-bound to investigate the corruption complaint. But instead, he completely sidestepped that obligation, treating the notion of repetitiousness as though it somehow outweighed both the seriousness of a corruption complaint and the profound gravity of what happened, that had the police acted, my nan might still be alive today. That alone shows just how preposterous and unjustifiable Operative 7's caseworker decision was, to follow the police's narrative rather than independently scrutinize the corruption complaint. In fact, it was more than preposterous. In my opinion, it was criminal, because the evidence makes that clear. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top of every header. The following excerpt from his outcome makes that even clearer, where he already knew full well this was a serious corruption complaint against the police. And I'll begin reading excerpt 2, which is from Operative 7's outcome. My decision, I've concluded that the outcome of your complaint was reasonable and proportionate. Therefore, your application for review is not upheld. I'll now finish reading excerpt 2, and I will continue reading there in the video. And there you have it. The IOPC is trapped and checkmated. There is no escape from this, because right now the police remain completely unchecked for the corruption complaint I brought before them. Think about what Operative 7 caseworker actually claimed, that my corruption complaint could be dismissed as repetitious, or that because I did help the complaints officer with my corruption complaint, while I was asked by the complaints officer, the very police accused of serious wrongdoing, somehow that excuses Operative 7 caseworker from even looking at the severity what's been alleged. It's beyond preposterous. It's outright pathetic. Because it boils down to this. Operative 7 caseworker is saying that issues of police corruption involving prolonged suffering that contributed to my man's death can be brushed aside simply on the grounds of being repetitious, or because I didn't assist the very people accused of corruption, the Met Police, in building the case against themselves. That alone exposes the entire absurdity of this system. That's the key point for the public to understand. Whether Operative 7 caseworker never read my corruption complaint at all, or whether he did read it and simply chose to ignore it, the outcome is exactly the same. The police remain completely unchecked for all the serious matters laid out in the corruption complaint. And let's not forget, even if he somehow dodged the corruption complaint, there's still the appeal. Has he also managed to ignore that? The simple answer, absolutely not. If it turns out he's evaded both the corruption complaint and the appeal, then it becomes obvious to anyone what's really happening, that he's following exactly what the police want. That alone would prove that IOPC is not independent, because they're supposed to look fairly at both sides. This would clearly show they're not independent if later it is said that he avoided the appeal or some other excuse regarding the appeal. However, having said such, Operative 7's caseworker closure outcome does suggest he had read the appeal, where there is no escape of what he gained instantly therein the appeal, of which on the first page of the appeal, where wording is beginning to speak about what the appeal is about, it states, and once again I quote, begin quote, thereby, known for 7 years, whilst police were active, was prolonged with the fear that she held and eventually was killed as a result of no action from police. End quote. This can never be missed and bypassed. It's right there on the first page of the wording to the appeal. And that said, the corruption complaint still stands today as undeniable evidence of what went on and unchecked, never looked at by anyone. This is the ultimate checkmate. Because no excuse, no process word like repetitious, and no feigned confusion over who cooperated with whom can ever outweigh the gravity of what was deliberately left unexamined. They can't give a real reason, because words that are being grasped by at least within their appeal are killing, serious, corruption complaint, and that indeed says it all. Even without having eyes within the corruption complaint, the words alone from the appeal that outline what the corruption complaint entails outweigh any mention of repetitious. But it actually gets worse, because even in the email where Operative 7 caseworker requested that I show how the corruption complaint wasn't repetitious, as seen above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, on which a quick reminder of what was explained on page 57. There in his email, it said, my complaint was deemed repetitious of a prior complaint. Operative 7 wanted me to spell out the differences and cite evidence, claiming it wasn't proportionate to review a full 26 gigabyte on the USB without my guidance, and gave me just 7 days to respond. Now I've finished giving a quick reminder. I'll continue reading there in the video. But because even in the email where Operative 7 caseworker requested that I show how the corruption complaint wasn't repetitious as seen above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, the content I provided was damning. I'm now going to read a parenthesis. A step I didn't have to take, but did anyway to prove my point beyond doubt. I will now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. Requested that I show how the corruption complaint wasn't repetitious as seen above in excerpt 0 on video page 57. The content I provided was damning. where what he received when I complied with his request was, and I quote, begin quote, "The police showed no respect for my nan, who was killed as a result of these crimes, or at least pushed towards a quicker death by the criminals, and that the police stood by whilst nan was under the sufferance from the criminals." End quote. Therefore, let's look at what we have up to now. Operative 7 caseworker has managed to evade the appeal, the corruption complaint, and the very email he himself requested, which explicitly spelled out these grave issues. Every single one of these contained the reality of a death tied to criminal acts and police neglect, and the obvious seriousness of this case. So, we have to ask, even if he somehow dodged 2 of the bullet points above, are we really to believe he dodged all 3? Where were his morals and initiative? In my opinion, they were present, but he made a conscious choice to avoid them, which, in my view, shows criminal intent. However, let's be clear. In his outcome letter, he also mentions this word, and I quote, begin quote, "not clear," end quote. So, if he's claiming that my appeal, the email we sent him replying to his request, and all the content we provided was somehow unclear, that's a massive problem on its own. Because here's the bizarre part. He never once checked with us about what was supposedly unclear. Instead, after his first email, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. As already shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, and just a quick reminder of what was on page 57 and what he stated in the email was that he said my complaint was deemed repetitious of a prior complaint. Operative 7 wanted me to spell out the differences and cite evidence, claiming it wasn't proportionate to review the full 26 GB on the USB without any guidance, and gave me just 7 days to respond. I'll now finish reminding one, I'll now continue reading them in a video. And as already shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, I'm now finished reading the parentheses. I'm going to read prior, the parentheses, and then jump over. Because here's the bizarre part. He never once checked with us about what was supposedly unclear. Instead, after his first email, he simply pushed ahead and moved the goalposts, which will be fully laid out in first stage part 2. Even though I haven't shown that next part here about how he moved the goalposts, it changes nothing about what I've already laid out. Operative 7 caseworker didn't just ignore a corruption complaint. He shut down the only mechanism that could have held the police to account. He didn't ask for clarity, he didn't engage. Instead, he marked it as unclear and let it go, even though the appeal letter mentioned corruption and a killing. The result? The police accused of serious crimes were left completely unchecked. That's not just failure. That's not incompetence. That's complicity. And, in my opinion, it's criminal. In my opinion, everything up to this point makes it obvious that the IOPC is corrupt. 7 operatives acting in the way I've described. I will now begin reading a parenthesis, and will continue to describe in first stage part 2. I'll now read private parentheses and then jump over. 7 operatives acting in the way I've described is no coincidence. And even without bringing in operatives 3, 4, 5, and 6, who I haven't fully explained to you yet, this first stage part 1 alone already shows enough evidence by itself. In my view, this first stage part 1 has already proven clear corrupt acts by the IOPC's hands. In any event, to all those looking in on this case, let's just assume that even if my corruption complaint had been repetitious of a prior complaint, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, which I've already said it's impossible they ever could be repetitious. I'll now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. In any event, to all those looking in on this case, let's just assume that even if my corruption complaint had been repetitious of a prior complaint, how could repetitiousness ever outweigh corruption? It can't. It's illogical to even think it could. And to be even clearer, even if the IOPC truly believed the corruption complaint was repetitious, that is effectively irrelevant because their primary duty is to assess and investigate the alleged serious corruption itself, no matter how many times it has been raised before. And of course, for clarity, corruption and the killing was never raised ever before in prior complaints. That is why this stands as the ultimate checkmate, because in the end, nothing can justify ignoring the seriousness of a corruption complaint simply by comparing it to the idea of repetitiousness. The very notion is absurd. But get this, it's actually two checkmates, with this second checkmate also falling under a deliberate abandonment of morals, initiative and duty. Let me be brutally clear. This case has festered for 15 years, not because of some inherent flaw in professional opinion or procedure, but because of a willful and calculated abandonment of fundamental moral and professional obligations by both the police and the IOPC. Consider the two sets every police officer and IOPC investigator inherently possesses. Set 1, opinions and procedures. Set 2, morals and initiative. They cannot hide behind the flimsy veil of opinion, precedent, or procedure, nor pretend they lack morals or initiative. And why would those now tasked with judging whether the IOPC did wrong only to examine set 1? I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. Just to be clear, when I say those tasked, I mean the leadership of the IOPC itself. Because a complaint I will soon be formally submitting to the IOPC is addressed directly to the leadership, of which, to be clear, this video you're watching is separate. It's made for the public, not to supply the IOPC with anything they could use to form their outcome on that forthcoming complaint. In fact, the complaint is laid out very differently from how I'm presenting things here in this video. I will now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. And why wouldn't those now tasked with judging whether the IOPC did wrong only examine set 1? Only examine set 1. And any honest evaluation must weigh the other side of the scale, their inherent morals and initiative. Those tasked with reviewing this cannot just confine themselves to what these bodies portray under the safe label of procedure. They must also confront the deeper human faculties that were equally present all along with the operatives. The prime example. Operative 7's caseworker first move exposes everything. This is not some abstract principle. It is proved directly by the conduct of Operative 7 caseworker, who from his very first email, as shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, of which a quick reminder of what was laid out on video page 57 in Operative 7's email, he said in the email that my complaint was deemed repetitious of a prior complaint. Operative 7 wanted me to spell up differences and cite evidence, claiming it wasn't proportionate to review the full 26 GB on the USB without my guidance, and gave me just 7 days to respond. Of which now I've given a quick reminder. I'll now continue reading in the video. This is not some abstract principle. It is proved directly by the conduct of Operative 7 caseworker, who from his very first email, as shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, declared that the IOPC would not be looking at my corruption complaint. Crucially, it did not state it transparently as, "We are not looking at your corruption complaint." Had he openly described it for what it truly was, a corruption complaint tied to a death, the gravity would have been unmistakable to every person looking in on his first email, and it would have demanded immediate and serious scrutiny. Instead, by deliberately avoiding the word corruption, he downplayed the reality from the very start. In fact, as already shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, and to remind one what was stated on video page 57 there in his email. In his email, he said, "My complaint was deemed repetitious of a prior complaint. Operative 7 wanted me to spell out the differences and cite evidence. Claiming it was proportionate to review the full 26 gigabyte on the USB without my guidance, and gave me just 7 days to respond." Now I've given a reminder, I will now continue reading in the video. In fact, as already shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, it does this twice in that first email, avoiding the word corruption both times. I'm now going to read a parenthesis. But get this, in his final outcome letter, that's the only time he finally uses the word corruption. And why? In my opinion, it's because by then he's already set the stage to dismiss it. So bringing up corruption later makes it look like he's covered it, when in fact he avoided it completely at the point of when it truly mattered. I'll now read part of the parenthesis and then jump over. Instead, by deliberately avoiding the word corruption, he downplayed the reality from the very start. In fact, as already shown above in excerpt 0.1 on video page 57, he does this twice in that first email, avoiding the word corruption both times. Avoiding the word corruption of both times. This was no accident. It was an attempt to keep it under the safer, simpler term complaint. Why? Because if he had used the words corruption complaint, it would have sounded bizarre to anyone reading it. They'd immediately think, hold on, if even you're calling it a corruption complaint, how can you possibly justify refusing to deal with it? In my opinion, that's exactly why Operative 7 caseworker chose to dodge the word entirely, to avoid drawing attention to how outrageous it would be for the IOPC to simply sidestep corruption. This is the clearest evidence that Operative 7 caseworker did not exercise the morals and initiative expected of any reasonable person. He didn't apply them, he actively suppressed them. And that alone destroys any argument that he used those human faculties to arrive at a fair, conscientious opinion. Once again, my view remains clear. The outcome he delivered could not have been reached by mistake or through systemic failure alone. In my opinion, it could only have been achieved through deliberate and therefore criminal intent. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer at the top of every header. 1. Morals are universal and undeniable. It is an undeniable truth of human existence that individuals, barring specific psychological conditions, possess a sense of right and wrong, empathy and basic fairness. This is not unique to me or to you. It is universal. To suggest that police officers or IOPC investigators, simply by virtue of uniform or title, somehow share these fundamental human attributes is absurd. They are not robots. They were born with and still possess the same moral compass as any other person. Their professional role is meant to uphold these morals, not erase them. 2. Initiative is a core human capacity and a professional mandate. The capacity for initiative to act independently, assess situations, pursue solutions, and persist despite obstacles is inherent to human cognition. It is how problems are solved in everyday life. Within professions like law enforcement and oversight, initiative is not optional. It is a core requirement. Their job descriptions explicitly demand proactive investigation, critical thinking, and the drive to pursue justice. To claim a lack of initiative for 15 years is to admit a profound, sustained professional failing that contradicts the very essence of their role. Bottom line, even if someone tries to dismiss morals when looking at what Operative Zone caseworker did, initiative is something they can never escape. Initiative alone stands above opinion, procedures, or even subjective morals, because it's about taking clear, personal action when faced with obvious wrongdoing. And in this case, it was completely absent, where the evidence to this is in what Operative Zone caseworker states in his outcome, where he states it is his opinion. Therefore, if its suggested opinion was gained by using initiative, then this would be instantly contradictive, simply due to, as already explained in all the above, how the words kill, the words serious, the words corruption were prevalent in all three elements of what he received by me, as already bullet pointed above, which were once again the appeal, the corruption complaint, and the very email he himself requested, which explicitly spelled out these grave issues. The checkmate. Because morals and initiative reside inherently within all of us, including police officers and IOPC investigators, there is no escape. They cannot claim to have operated purely on opinions and procedures, while simultaneously lacking the moral compass or professional drive that every human being naturally possesses. Anyone now reviewing whether the IOPC did wrong stands equally cornered by this truth. They cannot pretend that these officials were void of morals and initiative. To accept opinion and procedure as the sole explanation for 15 years of inaction while ignoring these undeniable human faculties would fundamentally unbalance the scales of justice. It would grant an impossible alibi, excusing them from their basic human and professional responsibilities. This is the second checkmate. They cannot escape the knowledge of their own morals and initiative. Their prolonged failure is not the byproduct of a neutral process. It is a direct result of a deliberate abandonment of these inherent qualities, a conscious choice for inaction that stands as an undeniable dereliction of duty. Putting it in another way, with even more clarity. Operative 7 caseworker deliberately avoided stating, "We are not looking at your corruption complaint." Even if he later argued, I will now begin reading the parentheses, as a result of the complaint to the IOPC, I'll now read via the parentheses and then jump over. Even if he later argued that it was obvious that's what he meant, that only strengthens the point, because it confirms he knew perfectly well it was a corruption complaint. That changes nothing. It still proves a conscious decision to sidestep the duty his own morals and initiative demanded. Worse still, he treated it not as an obligation to act, but as if it was up to whether I might be lucky enough to convince him that it was not repetitious, as though investigating serious corruption tied to the vulnerability and death of an elder could ever be reduced to something optional, depending purely on how persuasive I could be. When in reality, his professional duty from the outset already encompassed both moral judgment and the initiative to act. No one guided by ordinary morals and initiative, let alone charged with official oversight, would ever frame it that way. That alone betrays a complete abandonment of what was inherently expected of him. Operative 7 caseworker cannot claim ignorance. The very appeal and the email he reviewed to reach his decision in his outcome plainly set out that this was a corruption complaint tied directly to a death, meaning his avoidance was made with full knowledge of precisely what was at stake. To be clear, this is checkmate on two fronts. First, because the IOPC, through Operative 7 caseworker, knowingly allowed serious police corruption tied to a death to go completely unchecked. And second, because they cannot excuse that failure by hiding behind professional opinion or procedure when it's evident they abandoned the moral compass and initiative every person inherently holds, especially those tasked with oversight. This is checkmate, not once but twice over. Operative 7 caseworker knew from the start exactly what this was, yet deliberately chose language and a discretionary stance that betrayed both his moral compass and professional mandate, leaving no honest way out. In my opinion, that choice wasn't just unethical, it was criminal. Therefore, now that we've reached this point, the evidence already laid out above, in my opinion, proves the obvious deflection of this case. And here is something for you, the public, to instantly grasp the bitter irony of it. There are three subjects at large: the criminals, the police, the IOPC. And what do I mean by at large? Well, that should be obvious from everything I've shown up to this point. Simply put, if what I've demonstrated so far shows that the IOPC have avoided the corruption complaint, then that means they're shielding the police, and equally, the police have allowed the criminals to escape. Hence all three, the criminals, the police, and the IOPC, are at large. So now that we've proven the IOPC has been checkmated twice with no chance of escape, as explained above the red line, the following points also need to be grasped. Operative 7 caseworker never indicated what our next step could be. That was left entirely for us to figure out. And from past experience, we already knew that the only formal route available to overturn his decision was through a judicial review. How did we know that? Because years earlier, under the same broader case but in a different context, we had already been through the judicial review process. And now here we were again, but this time with a corruption complaint, expecting the IOPC to investigate serious police misconduct. So, shortly after Operative 7's caseworker closure, we began contacting solicitors in 2024 to explore the possibility of a judicial review. In total, we approached over 100 solicitors firms. But while we were still in the middle of that exhausting search, something dawned on me. As I kept reviewing the documents, what Operative 7 casework had written, I finally saw the tactic. His closure wasn't just flawed, it was blatantly flawed. But why? Why would someone make it so obviously flawed that it would instinctively be seen as wrong, and would of course need to be challenged? In my opinion, it was done deliberately, to drive me straight into the judicial review route. And of course, Operative 7 caseworker would have known full well that a judicial review was the only mechanism to overturn his decision. That's not something you need to be told. It's widely known. And therein lies the trap. He made it so blatant because he knew it would be overturned, but only through judicial review. If I had followed that path and succeeded, which I believe a judge would have ruled in my favour, Operative 7's caseworker decision would indeed have been overturned. But what would have happened next? The corruption complaint would have been ordered to go right back to the police. And that's the trick. Because the whole point of the corruption complaint, from the beginning of approaching the IOPC, was for the IOPC to investigate directly under their own mandate. So if I had pursued a judicial review, I would have been reinforcing the idea that the only issue was whether the corruption complaint was repetitious, which is of course false. Repetitiousness was never relevant. By trying to overturn a decision on the grounds of repetition, I would be implicitly agreeing that repetitiousness mattered, even though the real issue was corruption, which the IOPC never examined. This is why the judicial review rule, in my view, was carefully designed not to fix the problem, but to ensure that the corruption complaint ends up right back in the laps of the police. And this time, of course, since a judge would have stated it's not repetitious, the judge would then order the police force to deal with the corruption complaint. And there you have it. It would have been back in the police's hands, only for them to make yet another attempt, which would no doubt be bounced back to the IOPC, and then from the IOPC back to the police, and so on until they win. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. To them, they're just doing a job, bouncing you around until the whole thing fizzles into more complexity and becomes harder to resolve. Therefore, had I fallen for it, the whole scenario would have been seen as, there you go, we do have something good in place that functions correctly and delivers justice, because look, we overturned Operative 7's caseworker decision. And that's exactly the trick. Because who would ever see what I'm now putting across? Very few. I was, in a sense, lucky that I saw through it, simply because of the sheer number of years I've been working constantly on this case. And through that, I began to learn how you can't trust anything that comes from those who are supposedly there to help you. It made me look deeply into their wording, their phrasing, everything, so that I could explain it clearly here to you, the public. Indeed, when it hit me, it became instantly clear, but only after wasting a lot of time trying to pursue a judicial review. That's when I changed course, to file a complaint to the IOPC and begin alerting the public, as I'm now doing. Indeed, the proper path is to file a formal complaint against the IOPC leadership to ensure they understand what has happened through the actions of their 7 operatives, to hold them accountable and to demand systemic changes that would eliminate criminal intent within their establishment and ensure a genuine investigation. Because right now, this case remains completely unchecked in regard to police corruption. Hence why, as I've already said throughout the above, the IOPC are checkmate, not once, but twice. So the only true purpose of a complaint, alongside what I'm showing here to the public, is to expose how the very body meant to oversee the police is, in my opinion, shielding them. Because that is what the evidence is showing me. And that is ultimately what allows corruption to thrive. That is why I will now move on to explore exactly what remains unchecked and why the IOPC, the police, and the criminals must all be held accountable for their wrongs. My nan was left to suffer and then die, even though the police were being told over several years without ever providing help. The police allowed the criminals to continue until my nan died with no protection. The first time it was reported to police back in the 2000s, we told the police my nan was being mentally tortured and we feared they were going to kill her. We have the recording of the interaction, which will be played shortly. The second time, a few years later, we warned the police again as to the criminals were abusing her and we feared for her health. We have that crime report, however, not going to be illustrated here in this first stage, but more so the second stage, which is beyond first stage part 2. The third time, some months after, we called the police about threats direct to Nan. We have that crime report, again not going to be illustrated in this first stage, but more so the second stage, and again beyond first stage part 2. The fourth time, again a few years on, we spoke to a fourth officer. There's no recording of that particular first initial call. I'm now going to read a parenthesis. Unlike the previous ones, which are supported by clear evidence, and I will now read part of the parenthesis and then jump over. There's no recording of that particular first initial call, unlike the previous one. There's no recording of that particular first initial call. But what happened immediately thereafter the first initial contact is precisely why the focus now shifts to this fourth officer. Unlike the first three, this officer was supposed to be the one actually investigating. I say supposed to be because, as it turned out, the moment we began handling it without us knowing, he closed the case instantly after the first initial discussion ended. And worse still, we only discovered he closed it a year and a half or so later. And due to his corrupt acts to not tell us he's closed it, this meant that we are acting as though it's open. Well, we were left trying to reach him to follow up on what we had agreed over the phone in the initial contact, that we would gather and bring him all the evidence of crimes against a man that was on recordings. However, in hindsight, it all made sense. The officer had already closed the case right after him calling my parent in the initial call. That's why every attempt to make headway or fulfill what was agreed led nowhere. It was only several months later that we started submitting evidence unaware of this corrupt beginning, because he never once told us he had closed it. If he had told us, our complaint back then against the officer would have focused squarely on why he shut it down, despite what was agreed on bringing to him criminal activities on audios and videos against my nan, and more so would mean that the case would have been dealt with properly at that point. Instead, the complaint we did make at the time against the officer was based on something entirely different, where before the complaint and whatever contact we did have, which was very little, we picked up on his stance, where he was drunken off what was adhered to. Therefore, the complaint we made against the officer at the time was to clarify what was adhered to, and therefore ask questions as to why there's no action. Therein, the complaint against the officer was more so clarifying certain aspects and how we had felt at the time, where we were seeing no action from this officer, where we were clarifying aspects because on the phone with the officer there in the initial call, there was no recording to appreciate what was said. But here's a critical point. We didn't know the case had been closed. No one ever told us. Not the officer himself, nor any of the many officers we tried contacting afterward to speak to him. They kept us in the dark for months, even though there was a complaint made against the officer at the time. They still didn't tell us it was closed, etc. And again, in hindsight, a year or so later, we discovered what he entered in his crime reports were all fabricated, but didn't know it was under any type of corruption. We were confused at that point. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis. It would be many years later in 2021 that corruption was discovered, which will be further touched upon as one reads on. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. And again, in hindsight, a year or so later, we discovered what he entered in his crime reports were all fabricated, but didn't know he was under any type of corruption. We were confused at that point. This officer did not respond as any reasonable officer should. Instead of meaningful engagement, he later revealed his mindset thereafter the initial call, something clear from the recording. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis, where in this first stage, part 1, it will not be shown the evidence of that recording. That will come in a second stage video as it needs detailed context. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. Instead of meaningful engagement, he later revealed his mindset thereafter the initial call, something clear from the recording. Either way, that call laid bare an officer acting corruptly. Just as telling was the man who committed the crime along with his accomplices. He revealed facts that slipped out to the officer. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. And for clarity, the officer already knew this man was involved in the crimes, because the crime report itself stated so. So there's no possible excuse for the officer to later say, "I didn't know he was part of it." It would be impossible. He knew he was speaking to a criminal, or at least an accessory before and after the fact of crimes. I'm now going to read just by the parentheses and then jump over. Just as telling was the man who committed the crime along with his accomplices, he revealed facts that slipped out to the officer. The recording, which we obtained through proper channels, captures both the officer's conduct and the words of that man, who is one of the criminals, talking freely with the police. Of which, to be clear, further insights into this will be shown in the second stage. In any event, just to give you a sneak preview before the second stage, the particular audio recording, I'm now going to read a parenthesis, which was obtained through correct channels. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and jump over. In any event, just to give you a sneak preview before the second stage, the particular audio recording shows something very telling. A man, who is one of the criminals, is speaking to a police officer and mentions crimes being committed against my nan. Being committed against my nan. He doesn't realize that what he says is actually strong enough for the officer to ask more questions or take action. But instead, the officer says to him, not at that exact point of the criminal mentioning crimes. I'm now going to read a parenthesis, as that would seem too obvious of him avoiding. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. But instead, the officer says to him, not at that exact point of the criminal mentioning crimes, but later in the same conversation, the officer says, "You will lose legal aid." This links back to what I said earlier, above in numbered 0.5, then 5. This links back to what I said earlier, above in numbered 0.4, then 5, beginning on video page 17. And just to remind one what was explained on video page 17, it was explained that first we saw my parent push toward civil solicitors, with legal aid favouring criminals while victims are left without help. Crimes were framed as civil, and the first investigating officer avoided the criminal side entirely, using soft language with the criminal so there'd be no pushback. His final report marked it under civil. Now I have reminded one, continue reading there in the video. This links back to what I said earlier, above in numbered 0.4 then 5, beginning on video page 17. And in my opinion, it further proves and reinforces that the officer's mindset is exactly as described in those earlier points, that the police are working to push criminal cases into civil territory. It's almost as if the officer is warning the criminal in a roundabout way. Be careful. Don't talk about crimes with me on the phone. In my opinion, and based on evidence that will be shown in later stages, this officer was fully aware that the man was committing crimes while using solicitors to make money illegally, or while cruelty toward an elder was actively taking place whilst that very call was also taking place. But the officer doesn't care, as long as the criminal doesn't continue and say too much or go too far. It might seem complex now, but it will all be explained clearly in the later stages. After that call, the officer completely changes his approach. He avoids any real investigation, and when he writes his crime report, he leaves out what the criminal said about my nan. In my view, that was done deliberately, to avoid triggering any investigation into elder abuse. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top in every header. This alone proves how the officer went on to fabricate or withhold what really happened in his interaction with the criminal. which in turn shows what he would likely have done when speaking to my parent. I'm now going to read a parenthesis, where he knew my parent and I are the victims. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over, which in turn shows what he would likely have done when speaking to my parent in the first initial call, where unfortunately there is no recording. But that doesn't matter. Because what is captured is even worse. Him talking to a criminal, failing to question them as he should, precisely because he was acting corruptly to protect against criminal exposure, knowing full well also he would allow the criminals to walk free. In other words, the way he is captured when talking with this criminal, one sees how he is avoiding a criminal investigation, where he is helping the criminal to remain at large, because that would mean by doing so, he doesn't take on a criminal investigation. And that was exactly how the officer was with my parent as well in the initial call. But there was the agreement towards the end of that call that he would be waiting for my parent to bring him the evidence to demonstrate the crimes. But as already explained above, he closed the case without telling us. Therefore, the recording of the fourth officer demonstrates how he behaves after receiving certain information and how he acts thereafter. That behavior, in my view, exposes his true nature, someone who hides truths. That's why this recording is fundamental. Even though there's no recording of the initial call with my parent, what comes after in the recording with the criminal in question already mentioned makes clear exactly how this officer operates and establishes his pattern. But not only upon just relying on that audio, but emails as well he was receiving from us further seals his intentions to avoid serious criminal investigations. As mentioned, this evidence will be explored more fully in a second stage video, and so on to possibly a third stage and a fourth stage, etc. In any event, at the time and while that fourth officer was supposedly investigating the seriousness of the case against an elder, as we felt at the time that he was, we gave him serious evidence that my elderly nan was being abused. And when we asked for an update at the time to the evidence we provided him with, his reply was shocking. He wrote in an email, and I quote, beginning quote, "You must appreciate that during the Olympic period, there are heavy demands on CID officers, which means the serious crimes, robbery, assaults, etc., have to be dealt with first." End quote. And there you have his mindset, as explained above, as to our feelings of him not taking the case on a serious level, even though he knew it was an active crime at that moment in the interaction with him and was not just a historic criminal case. I'm now going to read a parenthesis where a few months prior what the officer quoted above, the officer already gained definitive crimes against my nan from one of the criminals, where, as explained above, the recording itself proves it. I'm now going to read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. And there you have his mindset, as explained above, as to our feelings of him not taking the case on a serious level, even though he knew it was an active crime at that moment in the interaction with him, and was not just a historic criminal case. And just 3 days after, the officer states such as quoted above. As to the Olympics, in reply to the officer, we stated that Nan had been harassed and further made clear with other factors of abuse only 2 days ago, thus demonstrating to him this is a very much active crime that is going on and not something that is just historic. In other words, the officer was putting something that's not important as man's health. To put this in perspective, as I've already explained, he already knew about the abuse of my nan. He then received all relevant recordings and videos proving it. Yet when we asked for an update, he cited the Olympics as more important. That alone makes clear he never saw this as a serious case. What we told the officer in the follow-up email that Nan was being harassed only 2 days earlier shows this was an active ongoing crime. And the reason we could write as we did to the officer is simple. So much had already been told to him in our first unrecorded call. We had already explained the threats, fear, coercion, and abuse Nan was continually enduring, which, even though the first initial call with the officer wasn't recorded, I have already stated above that there was an interaction he had with the man who is one of the criminals, and that I have obtained through correct channels, that audio which is critical. This is because it captured exactly how he behaves after learning these facts of them being abused. It's powerful evidence proving he didn't tell the truth or enter into the crime reports what he discovered. Instead, he entered selective details in crime reports to steer how future officers or anyone reviewing the file would see the case. In other words, he laid down a fabricated narrative. To see this in a much simpler step-by-step sequence in chronology, here is a much more refined bullet-pointed view. The first interaction with my parent and the officer, where he had gained to think with things such as threats, fear, coercion, and abuse, etc., that were against the Nan. However, no recorded evidence of such. And unbeknownst to us at this point after the interaction with the officer, he had actually closed the case and didn't even tell us. And therefore, he had intentions to avoid the serious case of crimes against Nan and change the narrative to lessen himself from acting as a serious matter. The recording that captures a conversation between the officer and one of the men who is one of the criminals, a recording later made fully usable through proper channels, yet to this day has never been acted upon. It may have been reviewed, but seemingly avoided by those examining the case, including during complaints and by the IOPC, perhaps simply because of how damning it truly is. We gave evidence to the officer of the recordings and videos of the crimes by the criminals, proving all the crimes, etc. against Nan. We then, after some time, asked the officer for an update, where we were expecting him to have taken this serious based on what was said to him prior in the first initial call with my parent. However, again, there is no recording of that conversation. We received a reply from the officer stating the unimportance of this case by stating that Olympics is on right now and they are needed somewhere more severe. In response, we sent him an email explaining that Nan was being harassed just 2 days ago. This makes it undeniably clear that this is an active crime, not merely a historic case involving an elder who was once attacked in the past, but that she is continually being attacked at the point of him being an investigating officer. But here's the striking part. He doesn't engage with it at all as an active crime against an elder, and his stance doesn't even treat it as historic either. At the time, it felt as though he was on an entirely different track, simply dismissing anything related to the abuse of an elder altogether. In hindsight, we now see that we were right, that he was always on a different track. Whenever we sent him serious information, he never responded meaningfully. Instead, he gave empty replies like, "Thank you for your email, I have received it," as if that somehow addressed the gravity of what was being reported. And even worse, some of those important correspondences sent to him were never even answered by him, not even acknowledged. The kind of information we provided would compel any normal person to probe further, ask questions, and engage directly. This isn't information that can be brushed off. It demands genuine interaction and accountability. Now, I will move on to mechanisms in place that police have. In my opinion, based on some of the evidence pointed out below, is already proven these are exactly some of the mechanisms at play with police. The very first interactions with police are the most crucial. If you don't have your own recording of those calls, you're left relying entirely on their systems, which only keep recordings for a limited time, often around 6 months. After that, unless there's a reason to preserve it, those records are deleted. Even more concerning, if an officer realizes a case is serious, then, in my opinion, and based on what the evidence and experience over so many years has been telling me, they actively work to ensure it never becomes a serious investigation. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top in every header. They can simply choose to call you back from a desk phone or mobile where it's not automatically recorded. What I'm getting at is this. They'll do whatever serves them best, carefully avoiding recordings whenever they sense it's a serious matter. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis. And also, they'll continue to do such if they can see that you are believing that they are helping you. And indeed, at the time, we believed that they were helping us, and thus we were sitting ducks. I'm now going to read a parenthesis and then jump over. What I'm getting at is this. They'll do whatever serves them best, carefully avoiding recordings whenever they sense is a serious matter. For example, when a complaints officer starts looking at a case, if they call us to clarify something, they often won't record it, so there's no evidence of the interaction. Then later, if that officer makes a statement, it's taken at face value, even though there's no record of the discussion. And even without a recording, the police are typically believed over the public, which is already a well-known fact. But get this, at the time, me and my parent never knew this is how they function. It's just all in hindsight that we realized all these corrupt acts, but not without evidence to substantiate the acts. We, along with many of you in the public, have already seen how they try to sidestep and deflect serious cases. Let's not forget the Stephen Lawrence case. Let's not forget the Rotherham child sex abuse scandal, and there are countless others. Now, some might think, but 999 or 101 calls are always recorded, so officers wouldn't dare deflect like this. Let me prove 100% why that's wrong. The police absolutely still do it, even though they are recording the public when they call in. This is because the system ultimately protects them, even if there are recordings at first. I have already explained one aspect of this. After a certain period, official recordings are deleted anyway. But here is clear proof of the police not caring, even though they're recording the call themselves. Where, in 2021, I called 101, where the call was being recorded. I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis. And as already outlined above, I also have a system on my own phone line that automatically records incoming and outgoing calls. So whether I remembered to record it or not is irrelevant. It was captured regardless. Which, unlike the police's recordings, which could either be deleted or whatever other excuse, I do have them always at hand. I'll now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. But here's clear proof of the police not caring even though they're recording the call themselves. Where, in 2021, I called 101 where the call was being recorded. And what the audio captured was the obvious way the officer spoke in terms of demonstrating that they weren't the slightest bit concerned about the fact their own system also automatically records these calls as standard practice. They were relaxed, confident, simply following the patterns they've learned under a system built to protect them because they know delays always work in their favour. The longer they stall, the more it benefits them, whether by pushing things beyond any urgency or by letting key evidence, like recordings, eventually expire. Everything is weighted to their side. At least now I have this recording where I called 101. At least I have this recording where I called 101 in 2021, which proves they don't care and will still deflect you, even knowing the call is being recorded, because they already trust that whatever happens, delays and the complaint system will ultimately protect them. They know time itself becomes their ally, and as I already stated above, allowing them later to claim the audio when he spoke to that officer is no longer available. I'm now going to read a parenthesis. For example, because the delays or the timing of the complaint meant it was deleted from their systems. I'll now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. They know that time itself becomes their ally, and as what I already stated above, allowing them later to claim the audio when you spoke to that officer is no longer available, was damaged, or simply wasn't working at the time or even lost. However, just to give you an insight into that 101 call I made in 2021, where the officer clearly wasn't concerned about being recorded, here it is. Just an insight. When I called 101, it was to report crimes of corruption to the Met Police itself. Instantly, the officer tried to force it into being filed as a complaint. No matter how many times I said this should be investigated as crimes, he refused. He kept steering it into the complaints process because he knew how to keep that under their control. I even had to tell him it was the complaints departments themselves that were corrupt. Still, he insisted over and over again I needed to file a complaint, and I kept saying, no, these are crimes. Anyway, this is just to give you an insight. The full recording will be played in a second stage video. In the event, and as already mentioned further above on video page 82, where I will now give a reminder of what was explained above on video page 82, which was that I stated that back in the 2000s, we told police my nan was being mentally tortured and feared she'd be killed. They did nothing, and the criminals carried on until she died. We have a recording from that first report, which will be coming shortly. Now that I've reminded one, I will now continue reading there in the video. In any event, and as already mentioned further above on video page 82, a very first report was made to the police in the 2000s, where that very first call with an officer was recorded and mental torture was reported, and also feared Nan was going to be killed, of which the mechanism, which is the defection by this interaction with the officer, is going to be so clear, of which the audio to make the point will now begin playing automatically, where to be clear, I've cut the first part of the call just to get to the point.
So why are you ringing now? What's happening?
Basically, you just want to ask a question on something that's basically updating on something that's been occurring.
Right.
Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
My mother is being manipulated.
Right.
She's an elderly lady.
Yeah.
She's 88 years old. Is being manipulated by my sisters.
Right.
And I have a lot of evidence of that.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm getting a bit more scared as I'm down along fourth her, as they may end up doing something bad, like killing her. There's greed going on, and there's a lot of greed going on, and that's how I'm wondering how you can help me with this.
What do you mean how we can help you with this? You didn't report anything before?
If that's because there's no crimes committed.
Yeah, well that's it, that's what I'm saying. You said before you had issues.
That's right, there's lots of issues going on, now.
We're advised to have advice from a solicitor.
Yeah, the thing is, my mum has been manipulated
Yeah.
to the extent where she no longer knows what she's doing.
And does she live on her own then, or what?
Yes, she does.
And who lives at 55 Millennium, please?
I do.
Who live there? Where does your mother live then?
She lives at 465 Roland.
What, by herself?
Yes.
And have you gone to any solicitor or seeking any advice from them? Any injunction or anything?
My mother has just lost her husband, and that is dedicated the estate to her, but others are manipulating my mother. And I've got evidence of this.
Right, you need to go to solicitor.
Now, who do I get a solicitor for?
Well,
Are you going to say for my mother?
no, you get a solicitor to advise you what action to take now with regards to all of this. You can go actually to...
But can I just say, they're not taking any notice of me.
Who's not?
My mother,
Well,
yeah, but can I just say why? Because the other two are manipulating my mother. Because my mother is going to give them somehow, she's going to give them always the right. When me being the third system.
well, I'm sorry, but it isn't a police matter, it's a civil matter. You need to speak to the solicitor. That's what I advise you to do.
So even though there's been crimes committed in front of my face
What crimes?
against my mother,
Like what, for instance?
okay, torture, mental torture,
What's this?
sorry,
Torture. Mental torture.
yes,
When was this?
a few days ago.
And you didn't report it or anything?
Well, I have been taking a lot of evidence down, just because I've always been manipulated myself by them
Have you been to the doctor at all?
for a while.
Speak to the doctor regarding this mental torture to your mother. How old is she?
88.
And how old are you?
I'm 32.
Well, I suggest that you go to a solicitor.
Even allow on me telling you mental torture.
Yes, exactly.
In other words, I'm seeing this and got this evidence of that, and it's still not enough for you to intervene.
What can we do? We've only got your word.
And the evidence,
What evidence?
recording of the thing down in Ireland whilst I was on a Saturn with her.
Like what?
I'm hearing her screaming in the background
Why did you call police then?
because she's saying she's always been told to put the phone down now. And so when I get back to her, she goes, "It's okay now." But that's what's always going on.
Well, who is it there that's telling you this? Then?
My other two sisters, and but I've also got a third sister who's a stepsister.
And how old are they? And how many of them?
Two.
It seems like a family thing.
Yes, it really much I think it is. What can I kill it?
Wait, I've told you what to do. You need to get
Well, I can't do anything myself because I'm not there living with her.
well, so you need to seek advice from a solicitor first of all. Please, okay?
I'm hoping you've taken some notes. Hey,
Taking some notes, alright?
Yeah, again, keep applying the messages. I can smell something terrible.
Alright then, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thus, now you've heard the evidence, and let's assume it hadn't been recorded by us. What would the police say today, so many years after that very first interaction you just heard? They would simply say, "We have no record of it, so we can't confirm it ever happened." And that, in my opinion, shows exactly why the delays caused by the police were not accidental but deliberate. Worse still, the complete lack of interactions makes it even more problematic. In other words, not only were there deliberate delays, but those delays were paired with silence, no interactions, no engagement. And together, that forms what I believe to be a carefully choreographed pattern of corrupt acts by the police. Both the delay and the absence of interaction are key, and when combined, they make it nearly impossible to piece together what really happened. But I've done exactly that, pieced it all together in a way they never wanted you to. But in fact, as just heard, the recording of that very first officer proves beyond any doubt that she was told that an elder was mentally tortured and that we feared she might be killed. Therefore, that initial deflection became the start of everything that went wrong from the 2000s onwards to today, setting the stage for how the system would handle us going forward. So, by the time we reached what felt like the first real investigation, it was already on corrupted ground, and we were still gullible enough to think the police might actually investigate the serious crimes against Nan. Now, to put this in simple, clear terms, although there were 4 different times we reported these crimes to police with some years and some months apart, I'm now going to begin reading a parenthesis. Through, I hasten to add, no fault of ours in terms of years going by, where we were led that way by the police at each level and interaction. I'm now going to read private parentheses and then jump over. Now, to put this in simple, clear terms, although there were 4 different times we reported these crimes to police with some years and some months apart, each one is actually its own first interaction. It's a fresh start every time. That's why the very first interaction with any officer matters most. Sure, they should be aware what comes before, but whether they truly are doesn't even matter. Because in that moment, you're with a new officer, and whatever you tell them and however they handle it becomes the part that is the most crucial moment that will normally be without evidence as to what was said. I have already touched on a prime example from the point above on video page 82. Now I will remind one of what was explained above on video page 82, where back then a 4th officer was approached and he knew of the crimes, but despite knowing of the crimes against Nan, he made sure there wouldn't be no recording of the first initial interaction. Now that I've reminded one, I'll now begin reading in the video. I have already touched upon a prime example from the point above on video page 82, where I explained how the 4th officer, who was supposedly investigating, made sure there wouldn't be a recording when he called my parent therein an initial first call. That's because the officer already knew he would be cheating the process. That's why he called my parent out of the blue and began discussing the report my parent had submitted, after taking 12 days to review and prepare a mindset around what had been reported by my parent. And what took place in that first initial call, had it been recorded, would have made it easy from the very beginning to prove exactly what was said. This is why it's absolutely vital to record every first interaction and any interaction thereafter with the police and IOPC. Because without any evidence, what I've come to learn is this: the police will lie about what was or wasn't said during that crucial first discussion. And that's exactly what happened in my case. However, although it could have been solved much earlier, I did eventually manage to capture enough evidence, even without that first call being recorded. But that took a long time, because at the very beginning, we simply didn't know what we needed to protect ourselves. The idea of recording for safety reasons hadn't yet entered our mindset. And that's exactly where the public is blind, because they're not aware that tricks start unfolding beyond that point. You can't see the mechanisms, they're subtle. You only begin to notice them much later if you stay on the case long enough to recognize the patterns, like I did. But I wouldn't have been able to prove what took place at the beginning if I didn't have the recordings. That's why the recordings I made of some of these officers are so important. They show exactly how those early interactions get manipulated. And here's the hard truth. If you didn't record those officers, you might as well, in my opinion, kiss your case goodbye. And I say such because if you ever try to argue later, but I told that first officer or the second officer, without recordings, it's your word against theirs, and the system will always protect itself first. Now that this video is online for the public to see, as already stated above, I will shortly be sending a formal complaint against the IOPC, and it's that very complaint that has checkmated them, not once but twice, for failing to address the corruption we raised. The complaint against the IOPC sets out detailed explanations and evidence that, in my view, unequivocally show how their misdirection, inaction, and lack of meaningful engagement allowed police corruption to go completely unchecked, denied any accountability for my nan's abuse and death. And that is the key. Right now, the IOPC has entirely bypassed ever determining whether corruption by the police was fact. It remains completely unchecked as we speak. That's why I say the IOPC is checkmated, not once but twice, where there's no escape, where in my opinion I have exemplified such throughout this first stage video part 1. Because the undeniable reality is that police corruption was brought to their attention and when unexamined, leaving them squarely responsible for allowing it to stand unchecked. Therefore, a formal complaint against the IOPC, together with what you're seeing here, is what has checkmated, not once, but twice, the IOPC. They can't make a single move or mount any rebuttal that escapes the fact they let police corruption go unchecked. They can't even budge on attempting to state that Operative 7 caseworker wasn't dealing with a corruption complaint. And indeed, the following excerpt, which explains Operative 7's actions and is destined for the IOPC to be received in the complaint, is undeniable that the IOPC cannot budge. I will now begin reading excerpt 3. And as you can see on screen, there are blacked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be Operative 7 caseworker or the name of a prior officer has been blacked out. And I'll begin reading the excerpt. Although makes it clear he believes PC did nothing wrong, the very fact that he sides with her under what he implicitly treats as a normal complaint lens is precisely the issue. It was obvious too, this was far beyond a typical complaint. It was a serious corruption matter. That's why his choice to back is even more damning. It proves fully understood this was about helping her pinpoint alleged police corruption. Even knowing we refused to help bullet point corruption, I'll now begin reading in parentheses, where this was a corruption complaint against the police themselves, I'll now repile the parentheses and then jump over. Even though we refused to help bullet point corruption, could only be even more aware that was supposed to be handling a corruption complaint simply because he chose to side with PC, which was ultimately based on what pinpointed that we hadn't helped to bullet point the corruption. That alone is damning. It shows he was unequivocally aware this was a corruption complaint, which should have made it clear to him that it fell squarely under the IOPC's mandate, regardless of whether acted properly or not, but instead chose to continue following a narrative that completely bypassed the corruption issue, treating as if it were just a routine complaint solely due to he ignored his own initiative obligations, even though he admitted reviewing the appeal, where the word killing appeared 24 times and corrupt/corruption over 200 times. In doing so, he gave himself a superficially logical justification, all while sidestepping the deeper truth. He knew full well this was a corruption complaint, and therefore it was for the IOPC to investigate, not to leave it with the police no matter what did or didn't do. That's why outcome was fundamentally flawed. It was solely and unmistakably built on avoiding the corruption complaint altogether, even though he knew it was a corruption complaint and couldn't possibly hide that fact. The IOPC has a duty to take initiative whenever serious accusations arise, as clearly saw in the appeal. Yet he still made sure to state in his very first email that he wouldn't look at the corruption complaint. That's because he knew he wasn't going to help us. He would help the police. His duty was to be impartial, and there was none. And due to this deliberate act, he knew police would go unchecked for corruption. I've now finished reading the excerpt. I'll not continue reading there in the video. However, to be clear, the derailment of this case didn't begin with Operative 7 caseworker. His actions were enabled by a deeper systemic failure, one that had already taken root before his involvement. That said, when it comes to Operative 7's caseworker-specific actions, it's important to note that despite he possessed both a moral compass and the discretion to act correctly, he bypassed such and made a conscious choice that, in my view, amounts to criminal intent. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top on every header. In any case, the following excerpt taken directly from my IOPC complaint demonstrates how the trajectory was compromised from the outset, long before Operative 7 caseworker became involved, where the following excerpt, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, which for clarity derives from page numbers 12 to 14 there in the complaint to the IOPC. I'll now read via the parentheses and then jump over, where the following excerpt is explaining the call with Operative 2 on telephone. The following excerpt 3.1 is split into 3 parts, 3.1a, 3.1b, and 3.1c. I will now begin reading excerpt 3.1. And now I'm going to begin with 3.1a. Where, as you can see on the excerpt of 3.1a, there are blanked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names or that a date has been blacked out. I'll now begin reading this part of the excerpt. A fundamental breach of impartiality. On 2023, I contacted the IOPC to seek advice regarding a serious corruption complaint. At first, the operative offered vague and general guidance, suggesting, as others had, that I should go back to the police. However, everything changed when I mentioned a previous issue involving someone at the IOPC, and my concern that evidence may not have been fully passed on. Rather than remaining neutral, her tone immediately shifted. She became defensive and insisted I provide a reference number for the past case, despite the fact of not making a formal escalation but simply asking for advice. When I declined to give one, explaining that I was only seeking guidance, she abruptly ended the call. I'll now begin reading part 3.1b of excerpt 3.1. And as you can see, there is blacked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names that has been blacked out. And I'll begin reading this part 3.1b of the excerpt. This sudden shift exposes a critical issue. Her response was not that of an impartial advisor, but of an institutional gatekeeper shielding the IOPC from reputational risk. By reacting defensively and cutting off the conversation, she revealed that her priority was not the public interest, but shielding the institution from scrutiny. That simple moment, triggered by a simple reference to accountability, fundamentally undermines the impartiality expected from a public-facing oversight body. What this incident also reveals is that the operative was far more aware and calculated than she initially appeared. Throughout the call, she often gave the impression that she wasn't fully informed about relevant legislation or the IOPC's role. But this, in my opinion, was a tactic, a performance of confusion that allowed her to avoid giving direct or helpful answers. She wasn't uninformed, she was selective. She knew exactly when to withhold, when to deflect, when to sidestep the simplest of questions, such as whether the IOPC deals with serious corruption complaints. Instead of a clear yes, she repeatedly leaned on vague references to legislation and insisted that the matter would go to the police anyway. But then something changed. The moment I mentioned a past issue involving another IOPC operative and raised concerns about how evidence was handled, her tone shifted completely. She became defensive, not defensive in the sense of protecting me as a concerned member of the public, but defensive of the IOPC itself. I'll now continue and begin reading excerpt part 3.1c. She suddenly demanded a reference number, and when I explained that that was only seeking general advice, not lodging a formal complaint at that stage, she escalated her defensiveness and terminated the call. This wasn't a random hang-up, it revealed something critical. She was no longer behaving as a neutral, public-facing advisor. She was now protecting something. She had realized in that moment that I had previous dealings with the IOPC and was knowledgeable enough to challenge contradictions. In my view, that's what triggered her instinct to shut down the interaction, because she knew the script wouldn't hold under scrutiny. And that, to me, tells us something even more important. These operatives are not passive or untrained. They are trained to deflect. They are alert. They know exactly when to say something and when not to. In my opinion, they are the IOPC's first line of defense, not just against corruption, but against the exposure of it. Her defensiveness wasn't provoked by aggression. It was provoked by the realization that she was speaking to someone who could see through the act. That's what made her switch. Not confusion, but control. It was not a deliberate trap. It unfolded naturally. And that natural reaction, that change in tone and behavior, is exactly what exposes the truth of how this system really operates. And that's the telling part. Her behavior, not my interpretation of it, is what exposes the truth. In the end, it proves more than any claim I could make. Because when someone changes tone, posture, and ends a call the moment accountability is mentioned, that's not confusion, that's protection, and that protection speaks louder than words. I'll now finish reading the excerpts that was there in the IOPC complaint. I'll now continue reading there in the video. In addition to the complaint that the IOPC will receive, other key bodies have been CC'd and sent letters, and that they will also gain the complaint that was sent to the IOPC. Each has been provided with material aligned to their remit, along with my expectations of their role in ensuring proper oversight and accountability. I now present essentially the same content that was provided to the IOPC in the formal complaint, with the MP's name omitted for privacy, therein the following excerpt. I will now begin reading excerpt 4, and I now begin. The third parties notified are as follows. Local MP, His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, also known as HMICFRS, the Home Office, National Police Chiefs Council, NPCC, Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, MOPAC. I'll now finish reading excerpt 4 and I'll begin reading there in a video. Preface to a video that will shortly begin. After reading the following, the video will start, and this section explains what to expect when it does. You'll see in the video exactly who will be receiving this case. You'll see the IOPC and the 6 other organisations copied in, all being given the same evidence, the same exhibits, the same timelines. And then, as the video plays, you'll see me show the binders, the physical evidence packs that are about to be sent to each of them. There is no mystery here, no hidden agenda. What you see is exactly what they will receive. And if, after all of that, the IOPC and all 6 organisations copied in still fail to act, then what does that tell us? Are they protecting justice, or are they protecting corruption and themselves? Please note there is no date shown, as I'll stamp or write a date on each package when the time is right. Nothing has been sent yet. This video will now automatically play, confirming what will be sent and to whom. In this video, you will see exactly what's prepared to be sent. 6 IOPC complaint binders, each bound for 1 IOPC Director General Rachel Watson, 2 my MP, 3 His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, Sir Andy Cook QPM DL, 4 the Home Office, the RT on Yvette Cooper MP, 5 National Police Chiefs Council, Chief Constable Gavin Stevens, 6 Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, Sadiq Khan. You'll see each binder opened, revealing the USB stick and every wallet of documentation, proof of what each recipient is set to receive, the protective wrapping materials and postal boxes that will be used for sending. This video documents the preparation stage only. The actual wrapping and posting will be shown in first stage video part 2, and it will begin playing the next part of the video any second. What you're seeing is 5 binders stood up, and the 6th binder to be opened is to the IOPC Rachel Watson. As you can see, there are little yellow sticky notes covering sensitive information. You are also now seeing a USB stick, which all 6 recipients are getting the exact same USB. And also, as you will see, the video is speeded up. Each person are also seeing what the other organization is getting. Basically, each organization or person have been CC'd in. I've now finished the binder for the IOPC. The next binder being picked up is to Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime for the attention of Sadiq Khan. Even though the binders look the same, each recipient, such as Sadiq Khan, in their own letter, the letter describes what their remit is and how they can help themselves. Now finish the binder for Sadiq Khan, and the next binder being picked up is for Chief Constable Gavin Stevens, which is National Police Chief Counsel. That binder for the MPCC been finished. The next binder being opened is for the Home Office, RT on Yvette Cooper. And just for a reminder, the Home Office is getting everyone else's letters as well. And each letter to themselves, Home Office, is bespoke to what they do for their remit and how they can help. Now finishing the end of the Home Office binder, and the next one being picked up is to Sir Andy Cook, which is His Majesty Inspectorate of Fire and Rescue Services. This binder is now finished. Now the last 6 binder being opened is to my MP. And just to remind one, a little sticky notes covering sensitive information. Now coming to the end of the MP binder. Now what you're seeing on the screen is the postal boxes and what's going to be inside the postal boxes, which is newspaper and bubble wrap. The bubble wrap is going to be wrapped, of course, around the binders. And the newspaper is going to be packed in as well. And the bubble wrap and newspaper is, of course, for padding. And this is just illustrating the preparation stage only. Now that you've seen exactly what is going to be sent, you, the public, will of course be updated on what happens once those binders are received. Until then, I want to move on to explain why I'm sending this case to these organisations and why it's important that you, the public, see this process unfold. There is one important point the public really needs to understand here. The government, and in my opinion, as we've seen over the years, doesn't always act in a public's best interest. In this part of the video, I want to share with you exactly what I wrote to my local MP. You'll see in the excerpt that follows how I have chosen every word carefully based on over 15 years of experience dealing with government bodies, MPs and oversight organisations. You will also see how I've learned to anticipate, block and stop every predictable move they might try to make, because after years of being ignored and pushed aside, I've had to think 2 steps ahead of the very authorities meant to protect us. The following excerpt 4.1 is split into parts 4.1a to 4.1e. Excerpt 4.1, 4.1a to 4.1e is what is now going to follow. I will now begin reading the excerpt of 4.1a. Accountability warning. Direct scrutiny will follow you to Strasbourg. I need to be absolutely clear about one thing. If this case ultimately reaches the European Court of Human Rights, as I have already warned the IOPC it will if they fail to act, Strasbourg will not just examine what the IOPC did or didn't do, it will examine what every party on notice did when given the same evidence, the same facts, and the same warnings, including you as my elected representative. A simple forward and forget letter will not demonstrate meaningful engagement. In the eyes of Strasbourg, inaction or empty gestures dressed up as action will be treated as part of the wider failure. And let me be blunt, any attempt to create the appearance of involvement, superficial letters, token referrals, or a paper trail of effort with no tangible result will not shield you. Strasbourg will see it for what it is, complicity by omission. Only genuine results-driven action that has a real impact will withstand that scrutiny. I will now begin reading excerpt part 4.1b. Transition. What I have just set out is the simplest way to say it. but this point is far too important to risk being misunderstood, dismissed, or watered down. The following section expands on it in full detail, leaving absolutely no doubt about the standard of engagement expected and the level of scrutiny your action or inactions will face if this case reaches Strasbourg. The next section is not optional. It must be read and absorbed in full, because every word defines the accountability you would ultimately be held to. I need to be unequivocally clear about one critical fact, which I urge you to internalize with the utmost gravity. If this case, detailing over 15 years of alleged systemic police corruption, profound IOPC complicity, and the deliberate denial of effective remedy, ultimately reaches the European Court of Human Rights, as I formally and explicitly warned the IOPC it will, if they fail to deliver genuine accountability within the stipulated timeframe, Strasbourg's scrutiny will extend far beyond the direct actions or inactions of the IOPC. The court will meticulously examine the conduct, decisions, and lack of decisive intervention by every single party placed on unequivocal notice, having been provided with the same damning evidence, the same unassailable facts, and the same stark warnings. This unequivocally includes you, as my elected representative, whose fundamental mandate is to actively safeguard justice and protect constituent rights, particularly when the very institutions designed for that purpose demonstrably fail. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.1c, but before doing so, you'll note there's a blacked out part, and that the blacked out part, well, one should use initiative to work out that it is page numbers that have been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.1c. Therefore, a perfunctory forward and forget response, a mere bureaucratic referral to another governmental department, or the deferral to processes already proven to be fundamentally flawed or deliberately obstructive, will not, under any circumstances, demonstrate the rigorous, meaningful engagement demanded by a case of this magnitude. In the discerning eyes of the European Court, passive inaction or a failure to proactively exercise the considerable powers inherent to your parliamentary office to press for genuine accountability will not be excused. It will be treated as an undeniable component of the wider systemic failure, and indeed as a form of complicity in the ongoing perpetuation of injustice. This is not about token gestures, ceremonial representation, or the creation of a paper trail for administrative convenience. This is about your concrete and demonstrable intervention to ensure this profound injustice is finally and definitively addressed, or about your direct acquiescence to its continuous perpetuation. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.1d. Furthermore, any attempt to create the mere appearance of substantive action, such as the issuance of superficial letters, the production of tokenistic correspondence, the initiation of perfunctory referrals without active follow-through, or the demonstration of effort solely documented on paper without actually driving tangible and verifiable systemic change, will be viewed for precisely what it is: a hollow and unacceptable evasion of true accountability. Let there be no doubt, Strasbourg will not accept bureaucratic paper trails as sufficient proof of genuine engagement or effective oversight. Only demonstrable, results-driven involvement, evidenced by material and positive impact on this protracted case, will withstand the rigorous scrutiny to which your conduct as a representative of the state will be subjected. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.1e, but just before I do, you will note there's a blacked out mark on the excerpt, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be page numbers that have been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.1e. My commitment to pursuing justice in this case is absolute, unwavering, and extends across all necessary domestic and international avenues. I've meticulously exhausted countless pathways and will continue to do so with uncompromising diligence. Therefore, any suggestion to pursue previously exhausted channels or to advise delay while awaiting the conclusion of processes already proven to be fundamentally and deliberately flawed will be considered a further attempt to obstruct the path to an effective remedy. My explicit expectation is for proactive, decisive, and impactful intervention that unequivocally leverages the unique influence of your office to break this endemic cycle of evasion. Your personal and professional record in this critical matter will be clear, enduring, and subject to direct examination. I've now finished reading that excerpt, and all the above excerpts just read was from the letter I'm addressing to my MP. Why I'm sending my case to various organisations and why you, the public, are seeing it. My reason for sending such to all the organisations listed in excerpt 4 above on video page 107, and just to remind you what was stated in excerpt 4 above on video page 107 was that alongside the IOPC, I sent the same core complaint to other oversight bodies, namely HMICFRS, the Home Office, the NPCC, MOPAC, and my local MP, each with material relevant to their role in assuring accountability. Now that I've reminded one, I will continue reading there in the video. My reason for sending such to all organisations listed in excerpt 4 above on video page 107 and the video clip you just watched is simple. I just remind one of the video clip was of the binders that were being sent to every organisation, including the IOPC. And the video clip you just watched is simple. I'm a member of the public who has witnessed firsthand over many years clear evidence of corruption collated from the 2000s right up to today. This first stage part 1 now puts some of that evidence before the public so everyone can see what's happening behind what I see as an illusion of how the two fundamental organisations, the police and the IOPC, claim to function, and why the truth, as I see, must finally come out. What you have just seen, showing exactly who is receiving this case, also makes clear to the public which bodies were and are aware of corruption, and yet, despite all these organisations already knowing, it continues. This is not intended to criticise or demoralise any of the other organisations shown in excerpt 4 above on video page 107, and just to quickly remind one again of what was on page 107, I made clear that alongside the IOPC, I sent the same core complaint to the other oversight bodies, namely HMICFRS, the Home Office, the MPCC, MOPAC, and my local MP, each with material relevant to their role in assuring accountability. Now that I've reminded one, I'll continue reading there in the video. This is not intended to criticise or demoralise any of the other organisations shown in excerpt 4 above on video page 107 and short video clip above, except of course the police and the IOPC themselves, who are directly implicated by my evidence. I want to be absolutely clear, that bodies like HMICFRS are not part of this criticism. In fact, their findings have reinforced my case, and equally my case reinforces what they say. I'm simply stating the facts. I will now begin reading a parenthesis. And let's not forget and And let's not forget, I have already shown above on video page 36. And just to remind one, what is above on video page 36, where I made clear that I explained that since the age of 12, nearly every officer I've dealt with has shown corruption or failed in their duty, patterns echoed by many others across the UK, where I'm not alone, where IOPC can in 23, Director Sal Nassim resigned, and in 2024, Dr. Julian Fairfield's review exposed serious failings, while HMIC FRS warned of a culture of denial in policing. Now that reminded one, I'll now continue reading therein in the video. And as already shown above on video page 36, what further backs these facts, where I explained how IOPC Director Sal Nassim resigned in circumstances that, in my opinion, point to obvious corruption within the IOPC. We also have the Fairfield Review and HMIC FRS reports already mentioned above, all reinforcing what I've been exposing. I will now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. I want to be absolutely clear that bodies like HMIC FRS are not part of this criticism. In fact, their findings have reinforced my case, and equally my case reinforces what they say. I'm simply stating the facts. I'm simply stating the facts that although we as a nation broadly understand what is happening, it raises a serious question. Why are the police and the IOPC, the very two core bodies set up in our society to prevent crime and tackle corruption, behaving as though they would only help the public on their own terms, refusing to properly address the very serious crimes they exist to deal with? And in my experience, and supported by the evidence shown herein, the IOPC have instead shielded the police from accountability for corrupt acts. As I've already pointed out above, the evidence demonstrates with, in my opinion, absolute clarity that although they have their opinions and follow procedures, they also undeniably possess morals and initiative. Hence why there is no escape. They cannot hide behind merely having opinions and procedures. Embedded within them are also the moral compass and initiative every person inherently holds. Therefore, what I've just explained above stands, in my opinion, as testament to how they treat the public. That's why this first stage video part 1 exists, to alert the public, to push for accountability, and to drive change. Because if it can happen to me, then in my opinion, it must also be happening to others. And indeed, we have evidence that it is happening, which comes from many people who have had similar experiences, even if they may not have the same level of detailed evidence as I do. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on the top of every header. Furthermore, we have the Fairfield Review and the HMIC FRS were also clearly stating that from their investigations, this is happening. I'm simply an ordinary member of the public who never stopped trying to get justice, because I could see there was no real action, it was all a fallacy. I ended up embroiled in this for so many years, solely because my name was left to suffer at the hands of the criminals. The evidence we had is what proves it, and that is what has kept me going. Until finally, in 2021, I realized it wasn't happening simply because of system issues or oversight problems. In my view, it was corruption behind it all along. In other words, it was deliberate. They wanted us to believe they were doing something, when really it was just endless delay and manipulation, playing us the whole time. Therefore, this is why I've spent so many years constantly attached to this case, and why I'm now able to share it in full to you, the public. It is simple. All the work has already been done. I'm not starting from scratch today. I've been doing it from scratch every single day, all the way up to now. In fact, I have stayed on this almost every day of my life. And now, at least people can finally see the evidence for themselves and understand the reality and why real reform is needed. Because the very purpose of the police is to protect all of us, including our elderly, from harm by criminals. And my case shows exactly how that duty was abandoned. In my experience, they did the complete opposite. They failed to act, allowed it to happen, and in doing so, became complicit by omission. In my view, the police's inaction contributed to Manan's suffering and death. While these organisations, the police and the IOPC in particular, keep telling us what they stand for, my evidence, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, and not all in this first stage part 1. I'll now read by the parenthesis and then jump over. While these organisations, the police and the IOPC in particular, keep telling us what they stand for, my evidence proves it's largely an illusion. Which is why I made this video and will be made clear as one reads on how we can make change together against the wrongs by police and the IOPC. That is to say, the IOPC don't make the changes as a result of the complaint they're going to get through the post. And so, to help the public see in the simplest possible way what actually took place in my case from 2023 onwards, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. Bearing in mind I had already uncovered years of corruption dating back to the 2000s, meaning untold years even before 2023. I'll now begin reading prior to the parentheses and then jump over. And so, to help the public see in the simplest possible way what actually took place in my case from 2023 onwards, the following is a clear breakdown of some facts. Simple timeline / breakdown, not counting what happened before 2023. March 2023. Sal Nassim resigns from the IOPC. The same month, the Fairfield review into the IOPC begins. June to November 2023. I had interactions with 6 different IOPC operatives, including telephone staff and case handlers. Each one deflected, ignored, or avoided the corruption evidence I brought. They all avoided the morality and initiative. All of this took place while the Fairfield review was actively investigating the IOPC itself. March 2024. The Fairfield review is published. It confirms the exact failures I personally experienced. Failures happening right in the midst of my interactions with the IOPC. April 2024. The HMIC FRS report follows, exposing even broader corruption failures and a total lack of national coordination. Again, all of this was unfolding while I was still dealing with the IOPC. September 2024. Despite everything, the IOPC closed my corruption case that was stemming from the 2000s all up to 2023, using the same tactics, as if none of these damning findings had ever existed. November 2024. Only then does Sal Nassim publicly reveal he left the IOPC because they refused to fix fundamental problems. By that point, my case was already shut down by an organisation fully aware of its own failings. Why this is so important? From the very start of my approach to the IOPC, they already knew they were under scrutiny for exactly these issues. 6 of the 7 operatives who handled my case did so while the Fairfield investigation into IOPC failures was already underway. Then, even after both national reports were published, they carried on exactly the same, proving this was never ignorance. It was, in my opinion, institutional choice. Conclusion to the simple breakdown above. This isn't theory, it's documented reality. My case proves step by step that the IOPC was fully aware of these very problems, yet still chose to handle my corruption complaint in the exact way the Fairfield and Hayter my CFRS reports warned against. And finally, Sal Nassim's statements in November 2024 only went on to reinforce what both reports and my own evidence had already made clear. The result? No accountability, no protection for victims, and no change, even when fully exposed. In the complaint, the IOPC will be receiving now that this first stage part 1 is in front of the public. The IOPC there in the complaint have also been put on notice. They have everything they need to act now. They have been informed that real-time engagement is expected, so the process remains transparent and properly guided. If left to operate at their own pace, the risk is clear. A repeat of the same avoidance and delays seen before. And that cannot be allowed to happen again, especially since this case identifies, in my opinion, without question, that the IOPC with all their operatives are checkmated, not once, but twice. The evidence, in my opinion, just in this first stage part 1 is proving such. They cannot reasonably claim they need to review the whole case or wait for more. Undeniably, they already hold the evidence relating to the first police officer, even without having to examine the actions of others at this stage. Delay cannot be justified. I have already provided in my formal complaint to the IOPC. I will now begin reading a parenthesis. And for clarity, the IOPC complaint itself is not entered here in this video. I will now read prior the parenthesis and then jump over. Delay cannot be justified. I've already provided in my formal complaint to the IOPC precisely what should be addressed without hesitation, and that I indeed made this clear to the IOPC, where the following excerpt is a certain part within that formal complaint. The following excerpt 4.2 is split into 10 parts, 4.2a through to 4.2i. And what follows is excerpt 4.2, and again, which is 4.2a through to 4.2i. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2a, but before I do such, as you can see on screen, there is a blacked out section, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names that has been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2a. By fully examining this IOPT misconduct complaint, you will already uncover the broader police wrongdoing, including the actions of specific officers, such as DC, whose conduct is shown to be corrupt. You do not need to wait for every strand of the corruption complaint to be reviewed, because this complaint already provides definitive proof about at least 1 or 2 officers. I'll now move on and begin reading excerpt part 4.2b. And just before I do start, you'll note there's blacked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names or identified aspects. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2b. Once you follow the exhibits and see how the evidence points directly to DC involvement, there is one glaring, undeniable fact. DC, crime reports listed below, never once identify my man as the victim of the crimes. Exhibit 10.2, Exhibit 12.3, Exhibit 12.3.1, Exhibit 14.3, Exhibit 26.2. All of the above are found within Exhibit 90. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2c, but before I do such, you'll note there's blacked out sections, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names or identified aspects that have been blacked out, etc. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2c. In those reports, the only mention of my nan frames her as though she a version that neatly strips the case of its criminal nature and turns it into a civil narrative. But the wider evidence, interactions, emails, letters, recordings, as exhibited throughout this complaint, proves the opposite. It shows that DC was repeatedly told and knew that this case was about my nan, that crimes were being committed against her, and that she was being abused. When you compare that clear evidence with his written reports, the conclusion is unavoidable. DC deliberately avoided naming my nan as the victim and instead painted the case in a way that dodged a serious criminal investigation, leaving her to suffer at the hands of the criminals. To be absolutely clear, you are not being asked to investigate everything all at once. What this complaint provides is a clear first step, enough to justify immediate action against the officers involved. There is no excuse for delay. The evidence I've provided here is enough to justify immediate action against officers involved, and you can proceed in stages, beginning with the IOPC's own failings. That alone brings you directly to the starting point of the corruption matter, with solid, provable evidence already in front of you. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2d. Final word. The only way to properly gain his perspective, both on the actions of and your operatives and on the early indisputable wrongdoing by the first officers, is to thoroughly examine this current formal complaint in its entirety. Human rights warning. Delay is no longer an option. 15 years have already passed since the events that began this case, 15 years in which the police, the IOPC and other oversight bodies have delayed, deflected or outright avoided the truth. That passage of time is not neutral. Each year has deepened the harm and allowed those responsible to remain unaccountable. Any further delay is no longer merely administrative inefficiency. It now crosses into the territory of violating my fundamental rights under the European Convention on Human Rights. Article 2, the right to life, which imposes a duty on the state to carry out a prompt and effective investigation into a death where state failures may be implicated. Article 13, the right to an effective remedy, which requires that victims of state failings have access to a remedy that is real and meaningful, not endlessly deferred. The evidence has been provided. The harm is documented. The obligation is clear. From this point on, any attempt to stall, sidestep, or wait this out will not be seen as a backlog or oversight. It will be treated and publicly framed as a deliberate denial of my human rights. I'll now begin reading 4.2e excerpt. And again, you see blacked out parts, as you saw above as well, and that the blacked out parts, where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be dates and or names that have been blacked out. We'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2e. Everyone receiving this complaint is now formally on notice. Delay will no longer be regarded as passive failure. It will be seen as active obstruction, and in light of the evidence already presented, further delay will only strengthen the case that what has occurred is not just systemic wrongdoing, but includes individual acts that appear criminal. If more time is wasted, this pattern will be documented and relied upon in any further submission to the European Court of Human Rights. This is the line in the sand. Delay is no longer an option. Accountability must follow. Legal standing for Strasbourg. This complaint is framed with full awareness of Article 35(1) of the European Convention on Human Rights, which requires that applicants exhaust all effective domestic remedies before turning to the European Court of Human Rights. I have done exactly that. I have already pursued one of the UK's highest remedies, a judicial review in But that process was hollowed out when the IOPC reinforced the police narrative, leaving its outcome effectively meaningless. Since then, I've lodged a comprehensive corruption complaint and have now set a clear final 16-week deadline for the IOPC to act. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2f. And again, you'll see blacked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names, etc., that has been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2f. If that deadline passes without meaningful action, the remaining so-called remedies, such as seeking another judicial review, would not be effective within the meaning of Article 35(1). They would simply recycle the same obstruction and delay and return my case to the very bodies that caused the deadlock. Strasbourg's own case law confirms that applicants are not required to waste years on remedies that are plainly futile, deliberately obstructed, or rendered meaningless. The IOPC now has its final opportunity to remedy this matter domestically, and if it fails, the threshold for escalation to the court will have been met. A final clock, 16 weeks. That is why this complaint draws a line and sets a clear deadline. The IOPC has 16 weeks from the date of this letter to take meaningful action, specifically to hold DC and IOPC caseworker accountable for their serious conduct. But I'll begin reading excerpt part 4.2g. And before I do, again, the blacked out parts, as you can see, are where one should use initiative so as to work out that there must be names that have been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2g. However, it's also the small elements that show how the IOPC has built-in disadvantage at every level. One clear example, among many, is that caseworker imposed an absurdly short 7-day deadline on me to address a 15-year case, a timescale that could only lead to failure. I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. And to be clear, I did not fail to prove that my corruption complaint was not repetitious, and in hindsight, I should never have been forced to prove it in the first place. I highlight this only to demonstrate how deeply unfair the IOPC's approach has been. I will now read prior the parentheses and then jump over. Among many is that caseworker imposed an absurdly short 7-day deadline on me to address a 15-year case, a timescale that could only lead to failure. In stark contrast, I've given the IOPC 16 weeks to act on this complaint. That fairness, compared with their unreasonable demand, illustrates not only their obstruction, but also my good faith. Strasbourg jurisprudence is clear that victims aren't required to tolerate processes designed to fail. This is exactly what happened here. This is not framed as a threat. It is a point at which, if there is still no action, I will escalate this case to the European Court of Human Rights. The IOPC has the evidence, the authority, and the responsibility, and now it has the clock. This is a final opportunity to act before international intervention. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2h, but again, before doing so, as you can see, blacked out parts, and that one should use initiative so as to work out that must be names and dates that has been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2h. International accountability. If this complaint must be escalated to the European Court of Human Rights, it will be the IOPC and the police whose conduct sits under direct scrutiny. But because this complaint is copied to other bodies, MOPAC, the NPCC, my MP, and others, they too will inevitably come under the lens. Strasbourg will ask a simple question of every recipient. Once you know what this case involved, what did you do? that question matters because Strasbourg judgments are public, binding, and permanent. When Articles 2 and 13 are violated, the finding stains the state, but the inquiry doesn't stop there. It extends to everyone who was on notice and chose either to act or to stay silent. The IOPC has 16 weeks to act, but everyone copied into this complaint should understand. If the IOPC fails, and this case reaches Strasbourg, their inaction or their willingness to allow delay would also be in the frame. Why the 16-week clock matters. I've already pursued one of the highest domestic remedies available, a judicial review in, and while it was upheld in my favour, the process was undermined when the IOPC left remarks that echoed the police narrative. Years later, IOPC caseworker leaned on that same poisoned foundation. I'll now begin reading excerpt part 4.2i. Another judicial review now would not deliver justice. It would simply recycle that obstruction, adding more delay and complexity without breaking the cycle. This principle is recognized in Article 35(1) of the European Convention on Human Rights, which requires that applicants exhaust all effective domestic remedies before applying to the court. But, and this is crucial, Strasbourg has repeatedly ruled that you are not obliged to waste years in remedies that are plainly stalled, deliberately obstructed, or rendered meaningless. That is exactly the position I now face. Any new JR, which is short for judicial review, for clarity, any new JR the IOPC might expect me to bring would rest on the same flawed groundwork, feeding the same loop, only to send the case back to the very bodies that caused the obstruction in the first place. That is not a remedy, it is an engineered dead end. Forcing me into another JR would not reset this case. It would extend the delay, create further procedural hurdles, and deepen the harm. The ECTHR will see this diversion, and delay is not accidental, it is obstruction by design. The time for circular processes is over. I've now finished that excerpt, and now we begin reading again in the video. Therefore, the public, now that you've seen exactly what the IOPC has been formally given, above from 4.2a through to 4.2c on video page 123 to 125, and just to give you a quick reminder and rundown of what was in those excerpts, which will be very quick summary, is that in my formal complaint to the IOPC has been put on notice. They already have enough to act now with real-time engagement expected to avoid the delays and avoidance of the past. The evidence on the first officer is in their possession. Delay is unjustifiable. This was made clear in my formal complaint, from which the excerpts were taken, and as I've just read. Now I've reminded one, I will continue reading there in the video. Therefore, the public, now that you've seen exactly what the IOPC has been formally given, above from 4.2a through to 4.2c on video page 123 to 125, can see there is no escape from recognizing the corrupt acts committed by the police. The excerpts make it clear what the IOPC has received, and that evidence is absolute. And so, if we, and you the public, see that the IOPC do not act on this definitive evidence, then the conclusion is inescapable. They are continuing to shield the police. If that is what unfolds, you, the public, in my opinion, must be alarmed to the point that it demands action. For my part, that action would mean taking this directly to the European Court of Human Rights. But beyond that, we can also discuss other steps openly together in the chat and comment areas. because there is nothing that outweighs the blatant, clear evidence that the IOPC will be receiving shortly after this presentation and from the date this was uploaded to the internet. In other words, there is only one legitimate outcome: to hold the officers accountable for their corrupt acts and to hold the IOPC's own caseworker, Operative 7, accountable as well. Furthermore, you've now seen how the IOPC's own operatives 1 and 2 at the start, followed by operatives 3, 4, 5, and 6, all failed to provide meaningful interaction. This wasn't an isolated misstep. It's a pattern that defines how the establishment has been functioning. And I need the public to recognize my passion here. It's obvious that I know, in my opinion, that corruption has taken place in both the police and the IOPC. My confidence in saying this is not casual, it's not reckless, it comes from the weight of the evidence itself. I cannot simply make this up. And quickly to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top in every header. The proof is what gives me this absolute confidence, even as I'm being suppressed by the police and the IOPC. And you, the public, must ask yourselves, would I be wasting my time if I didn't have the evidence? It is because of the evidence I stand here so certain, and that certainty deserves to be questioned only in one way, by seeking to see that evidence for yourselves. But let me be clear, you need not worry. I can provide anything at any time. I simply have to be cautious about how and when I release certain material to ensure the case cannot be damaged, misused, or distorted by anyone looking to protect themselves. There will be a crunch point where more will be released, and it will come to light at the right time. But rest assured, the IOPC already have all the evidence that could only hold the police and Operative 7 accountable, etc. Furthermore, it's not just the IOPC who have received this evidence. I've made it clear who else is receiving exactly the same material as the IOPC, as clarified above in Excerpt 4 on video page 107. And just to remind one of what was covered in Excerpt 4 and who is receiving such. The organisations receiving where I submit a HEMCOR complaint to the other oversight bodies include HMRC FRS, the Home Office, the NPCC, MOPAC, and my local MP, each with material relevant to their role in assuring accountability. Now that I reminded one, I'll continue reading. Furthermore, it's not just the IOPC who have received this evidence. I've made it clear who else is receiving exactly the same material as the IOPC, as clarified above in Excerpt 4 on video page 107. Therefore, the IOPC are not alone in this. There are 6 other organisations who have received the very same evidence as the IOPC. And just to be clear, the evidence they all have is everything. That includes every recording and video, proof of man being terrorised by the criminals, set in fear, screaming, and even expressing suicidal despair, alongside the blackmail clearly taking place. Yet 15 years on, no one has done anything to bring those criminals to justice. Why? Because they have kept losing and sidestepping the evidence. In other words, they have conveniently bypassed the very evidence that would force a serious criminal investigation. And that's exactly what I can prove, and that I am proving throughout the complaint to the IOPC, and also to you, the public, hearing this video about the police and the IOPC's avoidance. Following Excerpt 4.2 above on video page 123 to 131. And just to remind one what Excerpt 4.2 was illustrating, and a quick reminder is it was illustrating that in my formal complaint to the IOPC, The IOPC has been put on notice. They already have enough to act now, with real-time engagement expected to avoid the delays and avoidance of the past. The evidence on the first officer is in their possession. Delay is unjustifiable. This was made clear in my formal complaint, from which the excerpt 4.2 was taken from. And now I have reminded one, I will continue reading. Following excerpt 4.2 above, on video page 123 to 131, the public must also recognise the IOPC's role. Now that the public has been shown this declaration, any genuine process of accountability must involve the IOPC leadership holding their own personnel accountable for the actions and omissions that directly contributed to the scale, delay, and the mishandling that brought this case to this point. For clarity, my complaint to the IOPC is addressed solely to its leadership and no one else. The reason I have directed my complaint exclusively at the leadership is because the 7 operatives they entrusted have, in my opinion, done the complete opposite of what they are there for. It is therefore the leadership who must answer, not any of their operatives who have already demonstrated, in my view, how they avoid cases and fail to exercise the moral compass or initiative expected of them. The evidence I continue to provide, in my opinion, leaves no reasonable excuse for further inaction. This presentation allows the public to independently assess the evidence and form their own conclusions about what has taken place and what has been allowed to happen. And just as importantly, it enables the public to witness what takes place next. I will be providing real-time updates on any progress or lack of it, and I have already made it clear to the IOPC that I expect transparent engagement and real-time interaction, as already pointed out above. If that does not happen, you'll hear it here, because justice cannot operate in the shadows, and neither will this case. Why I created this public channel. The IOPC will be made aware of this platform in the complaint they receive shortly after this first stage video part 1, ensuring full transparency in what I am doing and why. For years, I have followed every official route expected of someone seeking justice. I raised the evidence, I filed the complaints, I did everything by the book, and each time I was walked over. Because at the time, I had no idea that the police would ultimately turn out to be corrupt, and equally, I didn't know the IOPC would shield the police. The police's approach became clear. Create as many delays as possible. They anticipated complaints and used them as tools to prolong and complicate the process. They understood that the sheer complexity and the delay built into it would make it difficult for any solicitor to take on, especially given the time, effort, and cost required to untangle it all. That's exactly where the evidence comes in. It will show that the delays and dismissals were not justified. They were strategic. They played ignorant, but I have exposed the pattern. And again, as outlined above, this won't all be revealed in the first stage. The police aspects continues in the second stage, and so on to other stages, where each stage will be building the full picture over time. Or a solicitor will need hundreds of thousands of pounds to achieve the gathering, the organisation, the evidencing I have done myself over an atrocious amount of years. Those years weren't because I was reluctant to act. Like so many people, I was raised to believe the police were there to protect us, to be trusted, not questioned. And even though we did raise questions along the way, we were always led to feel that something was being done, despite our reservations. But we couldn't see the true reasons for those reservations until 2021, when it finally became clear corruption was at hand. Thus, that belief, that assumption of institutional integrity, is exactly what allowed this injustice to drag on for so many years. But this time, I'm not doing it alone. Now, the public can see everything for themselves. And since, in my opinion, I've already proved that the IOPC has been checkmated, not once, but twice, that alone is enough for you, the public, to see some undeniable facts already laid bare. And because I've already made the IOPC aware of my corruption-proved platform, they know this isn't hidden away anymore. This time, many eyes are watching. Key discovery, the loudest alert from all my years in this case. Now that you've seen what I've explained, based not just on opinion, but on years of direct experience and evidence, here is what I believe to be the single most fundamental discovery I've made throughout this entire case. This is not speculation. It is the result of observing the same pattern across different institutions time and time again, going back to the early 2000s. In my view, when a case carries a potential to expose serious wrongdoing or becomes too large to conveniently handle, the system appears to adopt a quiet but powerful method. It receives your information, but then goes silent. No dialogue, no meaningful engagement. Once they have your evidence or complaint in hand, communication effectively stops. And this lack of interaction is precisely what enables them to control the narrative, shape outcomes, and avoid accountability. I share this not to accuse any specific person of intent, but to expose a systemic pattern that, in my experience, blocks justice and allows harm to continue. It's the very heart of why I'm speaking out, because the public deserves to understand how these quiet mechanisms work when the stakes are high. Let's be clear, this isn't just about me, it's about all of our elderly parents, our nans, and our loved ones who are not being protected. If this could happen to my nan, and of course myself and my parent, it could just as easily happen to you. There is no special reason we were singled out, it's the system itself. And that's why we can, and must, put an end to this together as a collective of people taking back control from a system that's abusing its position. I also provide you, the public, with the beginning to the complaint that I'm going to be sending to the IOPC shortly after this first stage video part 1 has been uploaded. Thus, the following is an excerpt near the beginning of the IOPC complaint. Excerpt 5, of which I'll now begin reading excerpt 5, and as you can see on screen, there's blacked out parts, and that the blacked out parts where one should use initiative so as to work out that must be operative 7 caseworker, or that a date has been blacked out. I'll now begin reading excerpt 5. By definition, any system where outcomes are issued without meaningful interaction is not a system of justice. It is a system that can allow managed deflection. The harm in this case was not just the original failure to act, but the continued use of opinion-based outcomes to override both evidence and accountability. This cannot be accepted. Doors must remain open until meaningful understanding is reached. Anything less invites ongoing harm, delays justice, and allows systemic corruption to persist unchecked. In cases like mine, that means serious crimes are left untouched, protected by the very bodies meant to prevent them. Had meaningful interaction and logical fairness been in place, the mindset, such as that demonstrated by IOPC caseworker, could have been corrected immediately. If there had been meaningful dialogue with, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, whose role will become clear as this complaint proceeds. I'll now read further parenthesis and then trump over. If there had been meaningful dialogue with, his mindset would have been revealed, giving me the opportunity to challenge it directly and provide the supporting evidence to clarify the facts. Similarly, and going back in time, during the judicial review process where the outcome aligned with the police, that same failure occurred. Had meaningful interaction been allowed, the judging operative's mindset would have been exposed, giving me the chance to correct it in real time. I would have said, "You've got this completely wrong. My money's being attacked right now, and the mindset you're holding would obviously lead to the wrong outcome." Had that moment of correction been possible, action could have followed immediately, and then might have been protected. If your policies prevent real-time corrections of a flawed mindset, then your policies are not protecting justice, they are protecting wrongdoing. I've now finished reading excerpt 5, and now we'll continue narrating in the video. Could this be unique? A bulletproof solution to stop systemic corruption and any criminal intent. Meaningful interaction as the core requirement and must be always captured on video or audio. You will recall that I've already touched a bit on this further above on the video page 30. I will now remind one of what was already covered above on video page 30, where on video page 30, under the heading Leveling the Legal Playing Field, the power of meaningful interactions is where the meaningful interactions should be recorded at every interaction, meaning with audio recordings and video if possible, where emails and letters are not enough. Now that you have been reminded, I'll continue reading therein the video. You will recall that I already touched on this further above on video page 30, under the heading Leveling the Legal Playing Field, the power of verifiable interactions. It was there that I mentioned how you would soon arrive at a practical path forward, and now you have reached that point. What follows is a clear explanation of what is needed and how this approach could change everything and offer a genuinely fair solution. Thus, here is my solution, which I genuinely believe can work, built on fundamental principles. It must never hinge on money. I don't want a single penny from anyone who becomes aware of this case. I am here because from childhood through to adulthood, I have seen firsthand for so many years how, in my opinion, we are all tricked into believing there is a system of justice. I stand with many as living testament that it doesn't exist. And just to quickly remind one in the summary disclaimer, which can be seen in the top of every header. The moment money enters a picture, everything changes. It creates openings for challenge, unfair advantage, and manipulation by those who simply have more of it. That's why this has to be powered purely by people, by strength in numbers alone. No money, no paying solicitors to fight out or costly campaigns, just people united in numbers, driving change and forcing meaningful interactions that are always captured on video or audio, with the power to force this by ideally millions of people signing up to a petition that will force meaningful interactions to happen. Your personal petition details remain completely private, as the petition is handled through a secure, independent platform that ensures no information is shared, not even with me. And to show appreciation for your support, we are offering a unique token of recognition. When you sign the official petition, you'll receive a one-time use supporters token issued by the body you petition to. This token allows you to add an entry to our public searchable supporters wall, a record of the people who stood together for change. Only those who receive a token through signing the petition can add entries, keeping it exclusive to genuine supporters. It is your personal key, the only way in. Anyone can search and view the database, which will be located on my website, but only you hold the access to add your entry. You can choose to display your name, a business name, a website, or even a social media handle. And as already stated, your personal petition details remain completely private, as the petition is handled through a secure, independent platform that ensures no information is shared, not even with me. The only difference here is that I'm giving you the option to use your token to make a public entry in a separate database, which will be on my website. Only the information you choose to share will be visible. It is a way to be counted, recognized, and remembered as part of this movement. Thus, a petition reaching into the millions, not money, just collective will, just as we all once voted to shape what exists today, only to watch those we put in power abuse it. Now, we can take back what we left uncontrolled and force real change, putting the power back where it belongs, in the public's hands, instead of leaving it to those who continue to draw their living by following rules that let morals and initiative fall away, just as we all have witnessed. And this isn't just about people who have no money. Even if you do, say you own a house and can afford to pay a solicitor a lot of money, that still doesn't guarantee you will win. Because when you're up against the police, the IOPC, or the government, the other side is determined to protect itself and delay the matter so it just goes on for years. Many solicitors might hesitate to truly fight them without serious fees, and even then, money only slightly improves your chance. It does not secure a victory. So, who is left at the greatest risk? It is people with no money at all, like me. That is exactly why I believe we need a different kind of power, which is nonetheless 100% fair. A power that doesn't depend on money, but on us standing together in numbers. That way, we bypass the question of who can pay more and rely on something that can't be bought or outspent. The bottom line is this: sheer numbers of people will make change. How do I know this? It's simple. Did it take sheer numbers to put in a vote, and did that cost anything? The answer is clear. It costs nothing. So, how do we prevent it from taking as long as those in power would like? And yes, I say they would like it because delay is exactly what they play with. They build every possible argument to stretch things out and make themselves appear right. But you, the public, can accelerate what is already obvious by building those sheer numbers. In my case, while the goal is millions joining together, the real catalyst is mainstream media. That is where your MP's help matters most. Yet, what the system promotes on our screens is a weaker substitute. Social media. Yes, it can have an impact, but is nowhere near the reach of mainstream coverage. Of which, the purpose of the coming video clip that is going to be seen is to demonstrate this very point I've raised here. Where the clip derived from the program EastEnders, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis, which aired on television BBC One on the date of 10th of September 2024. I'll now read a private parenthesis and then jump over. Where the clip derived from the program EastEnders, of which a police officer there in the video clip tells the pub owner whose brother is missing, "We've already put it up on social media. It's a very successful method." That might sound proactive, but notice what's missing. There's no mention of getting it onto mainstream news, which has far greater reach. This is subtle propaganda, presenting social media as the main solution, while ignoring the most powerful option. Millions of viewers watching EastEnders could come away believing that social media is the best way to make something public. While it does have a role, it is nowhere near as effective as mainstream broadcasting for reaching the widest audience. The reason this message is being pushed is because the majority of viewers will simply accept it as true. You will now see the clip, which plays automatically, ending with the missing brother shown sitting on the floor somewhere.
You wouldn't usually be alarmed about an adult going missing overnight, but thanks, that's very kind. Since your brother's autistic, that makes him high risk. So we've already put out an appeal on social media using the picture you gave us last night.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Well, good news that he spent the night out on the street in the pouring rain.
I know that it can be worrying, but these social media alerts are often very successful.
Therefore, having just seen how this message is subtly propagated to the public in the senders clip above, you can understand why, in my view, trust in these organizations is broken. In my opinion, trust in the police, the IOPC, and many other organizations is broken, with only a few exceptions, such as HMICFRS. And why do I say there is no trust? Because they do the opposite of what they're supposed to. Many of their procedures, in my opinion, are designed in ways that favor them and, as a result, operate corruptly. And when a procedure might work against them, they simply turn a blind eye, abandoning both morality and initiative. And rather than acting on facts or ethics, they cling to opinions that serve their internal culture and protect their own. That's how they earn their brownie points, and in my view, it's exactly how they conform to corruption. They protect each other, and they protect their job security. They act as instructed, not as a conscious or independent thought would dictate, as my case clearly exemplifies. Their opinions and procedures are placed above basic principles of right and wrong. That's why they even have to say to us, "It's my opinion," just like Operative 7 caseworker did in his outcome. Why did he need to state it was his opinion? Because he knows he can lean on an opinion, even if it's wrong. But here's the catch. Where was his initiative and moral compass? Indeed, it was completely absent. The only thing he gave weight to were his words, "It's my opinion." Not, "I can see this is a corruption complaint tied to a death and it urgently needs to be investigated by the IOPC." That's exactly what went missing, and in truth, what they wanted to go missing. Because the less they meaningfully interact with you, the easier it is for his opinion to remain. I will now begin reading a parenthesis, where his opinion could have been changed had he interacted. I'll now read by the parentheses and then jump over. Because the less they meaningfully interact with you, the easier it is for his opinion to remain and corruption to carry on undisturbed. No meaningful interaction means no threat to their system, and so the corruption stays perfectly intact. But let's be clear, while systemic issues are undeniably present, in my opinion, some actions go beyond that. What we're also seeing are deliberate criminal acts, and one such example is Operative 7 caseworker. Let's be clear, this is about our elderly parents, nans, and loved ones not being protected. It isn't just me, this could happen to you. Because if it's happened to me, there is no unique reason I was targeted. It means it can happen to anyone. We can put an end to this, together, as a collective of people, by taking back control from a system that is abusing its position. I ask that you share this case with others so that we build the kind of large-scale support that makes real change possible. And to be absolutely clear, I cannot ever collect your personal details, not at all. Any support will be gathered only through proper, secure and legal petition platforms, exactly as it should be. A petition, under the concept I've described above, leaves no room for those in power to retain control over this process. We, the people, must take back control and keep track of whether those in power are truly doing as they're supposed to. Because it is clear we cannot simply trust them to abide by morals and initiative. That's why there must be evidence, video or audio, capturing the single most crucial element, meaningful interactions, whether with the police or the IOPC. If I didn't have my evidence, as I've exemplified herein, how would the public ever see these obvious wrongs? In my opinion, it proves that without evidence, corruption continues unchecked. They keep enjoying their secure jobs and steady pay, looking after their own families, not yours. That is exactly why it is unethical to let this continue. How would they feel if it was their own parents or loved ones? It's clear they wouldn't tolerate it for a moment. So why do they do it to others? The simple answer, in my opinion, is that so long as they are getting paid, they don't care about anyone else. They only care about protecting their own families. That mindset has to change. We all share the same human feelings and responsibilities. And just to remind one of the summary disclaimer on top of every header. Just fair, undeniable people power, and that's exactly why it can't be beaten, even by those who currently hold power, like the government, the police, or the IOPC. Although I've announced a petition here, I want to be clear that I won't be explaining exactly how the petition will work in this first stage, part 1. That is something I'll be focusing on separately in the follow-up first stage, part 2, which will continue directly from this and deal with the petition itself, along with what took place with operatives 3, 4, 5 and 6, which together form the middle part of this entire first stage. Just to be clear, this follow-up is not the same as the second stage or any of the later stages I have already mentioned. Those will keep revealing more of this case. What I'm talking about here is simply an extra continuation of this first stage to show precisely, and once again, this is not about involving money, how the petition will function as a fully lawful call for action. And that call is straightforward: to secure meaningful interactions between the public, police and the IOPC. Interactions that truly resolve concerns before any decisions are made, ensuring there is full clarity and satisfaction first. These discussions must be real and substantial, not empty formalities, and must be logged by audio or even video. As I've already proven here, the way they have it function is completely wrong, and not wrong by accident. In my opinion, it's deliberate. What do you think after seeing the evidence? Checkmate not once but twice. Ask yourself this: why is it the way it is? Why isn't one suggesting already in place in regards to meaningful interactions? Of which, here is a moment we can make that change. This should be implemented without question, and anyone opposing such a sensible and genuine legislative addition is, in effect, signalling they want corruption to continue. In other words, to resist this is to pretend that nothing is wrong. But as I've shown throughout this first stage video, part 1, there is no room for pretending. I have proven not only that systemic issues exist, but also that criminal acts have taken place, beyond any doubt in my opinion. And it's all surrounded by either a complete lack of meaningful interaction, or in many instances, no interaction at all. Indeed, as I will be exemplifying, it's 7 operatives who, in my view, have each played a part in continuing the illusion that they're doing things correctly. However, and again, in this first stage, part 1, I've only covered the first 2 operatives and the 7th. The middle part, involving the other operatives, will be covered in first stage, part 2. Indeed, all 6 operatives Indeed, all 6 operatives before Operative 7 caseworker never had meaningful interaction. They just gave standard replies and let everything you raised rot, never truly answered. It's how they shut you out, marching on as if they've done things properly using bureaucratic language in their so-called, for example, in a letter or email. But if you carefully examine the details, as I have done, you can see right through it. And that's exactly why it cannot be called meaningful interaction. Because in each case, before they wrote back to me, I had raised points or asked questions that clearly deserved a response, yet they never engaged with them. They simply came back with dismissive or pre-written answers to bypass what was actually being said, and that is in itself the evidence of no meaningful interaction. And as I've already said above regarding the petition, it won't be me or any of my platforms holding people's data. I won't be connected to receiving anyone's personal information. That will be managed directly by proper legal petition platforms, secure, legitimate, and exactly as it should be. To be even more clearer, this isn't about picketing or demonstrations in any form. In my opinion, that's exactly what the system would prefer. Why? Because nowadays they seem to know precisely how to undermine public gatherings by planting undercover actors who sabotage the protests, throwing objects, smashing windows, and turning peaceful stands into chaos. Then it is made to look like it was the protesters all along. In my view, it is staged by police using planted actors so they can broadcast it back to the public as, see, this is why we need heavy-handed policing to control these so-called hooligans. And often, in my view, as I've already mentioned, those so-called hooligans are linked to the system itself. The unseen message. Why protests often, in my opinion, fall flat. Whenever I see protests on television, I can't help but feel that something is off, not just in what's happening, but in how it's shown. The mainstream media, in my opinion, often filters or reshapes what we see. It becomes part of a wider narrative, a kind of controlled story that shapes how the public reacts. But beyond that, there's something personal I've noticed, something I don't hear many people talk about. I see the crowds, I see the placards being held up, but strangely, the messages don't land. I mean, I see people holding signs, but I don't absorb the words. It's like they're there, but invisible. They don't register. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think I'm the only one. Maybe it's the overload. Too many people, too many messages, all shouting at once. Every person with their own board, their own slogan, no clarity, no anchor, just noise. Imagine if there were just one board, one message, something simple, united, cutting through. Maybe then the message wouldn't be lost in the crowd. Let's not forget Ian Tomlinson, pushed by police during a demonstration he wasn't even part of, later losing his life. It is a clear case of police violence, killing an innocent man who did nothing, proving, in my view, that many officers have no moral compass beyond protecting their own families and colleagues. They simply do as they're told, with no care for the public, exactly as Ian Tomlinson's death shows. But notice how police often portray it completely differently. They broadcast, "Look how the public turned violent against us during protests." Yet, in my opinion, that narrative is manufactured. They insert undercover actors to throw objects or stir up chaos, knowing full well officers are equipped to handle it without real harm. It is just a tactic to paint the public as violent, so their own violence can be excused so as to portray they are protecting themselves. And Ian Tomlinson's case proves how hollow that story is. He wasn't even part of the protest. They still pushed him and he still died. That alone shows how little genuine care there is for the public. To them, it's always us, the police, versus you, the public. So, whenever you see an officer who seems especially friendly, in my opinion, be cautious. That same officer could easily turn against you without a second thought, because as I see it, protecting the public isn't their core purpose anymore, and my nan and us stand testament to this. Their friendliness often serves to present a positive image, but if the moment comes where loyalty to their system is tested, they will side with it every time. For instance, if another officer starts treating you badly, do you really think the one who seemed kind to you would step in and stop it? In my opinion, the answer is always no. Just look online, YouTube or Facebook. Type in something as simple as police brutality or police doing wrong, and you will be stunned by what comes up. In my view, you will find far more than you ever imagined, which to me only proves how little we should trust the narratives pushed by mainstream media. Indeed, bypassing mainstream media and hooking onto what I just did show exactly what I mean. Officers standing by or outright backing each other, rarely, if ever, stepping in to protect the public from wrongdoing by their own. Meanwhile, the narrative pushed by mainstream media and the police themselves paints a very different picture. Officers are just ordinary people with families out there to help us. And yes, while that may be true for their personal lives, what about our families? What about how we are treated with disdain, dismissed, or even harmed? That side never gets the same spotlight. We have seen it too often. Even the video I played at the start in the disclaimer from Crime Watch, who is now rebranded to Copper Stopper, highlights exactly what I see as the real attitudes many police have toward the public. The sole reason I presented it was to show that it's not just me who feels that they've been wrongly dealt with by the police or the IOPC. No, I'm not alone, and that's the point I'm making. This isn't just about me, it's about all of us. But of course, I'm still trying to gain justice for my nan, because without that, we mean nothing. And as I feel right now, I've been pushed out of the system. They have shown me this by shutting me out from every route of help, even when the crimes were actively happening to my nan. And now, I am seeking to hold every one of them accountable. While doing that, I share my experience so that you, the public, can benefit, so it doesn't happen to you. And in my opinion, it will happen to you unless we take control together in large numbers, and I mean millions. That is the kind of power that brings change, not just a few for the legislation to have it mandatory for meaningful interactions with audio and video. In any case, and in my opinion, the police thrive on how mainstream media portrays them, which convinces most people they are purely good and protective. The only people who seem to truly see them as always good are their own families, and those who simply can't bring themselves to believe the police could ever do wrong. Because, let's be honest, the majority of the public still believe the police are there to protect them. Why would they ever imagine police might act criminally themselves? It feels unthinkable, and that's exactly how most people see it when their understanding comes from mainstream news. But to those who hold that belief, I would ask, why not look beyond what is typically shown on TV? Why not watch what the many auditing platforms are exposing? There are now countless independent platforms online, and in my opinion, you should avoid relying on television or mainstream media. The truth today is more likely found on the internet, but only if you're watching the right sources. Be cautious. Don't just follow the loudest voices or the most polished appearances. They include certain police officers running public-facing online content or others portraying a system as if it's functioning well. Even some members of the public with large followings and celebrities too are now getting involved, often portraying things in a way that contradicts the truth. Their messaging can do the opposite of what's needed, and their popularity doesn't make their narrative any more accurate. So be mindful. The truth is not always where the numbers are, it's where the scrutiny is. And these auditing platforms, the real ones that will awaken you, are now everywhere, revealing footage of how police truly behave in day-to-day interactions. It's usually an unknown person, just a normal member of public who has picked up a camera and audio and going around experiencing the truth of what's really going on in the system. You already see that on mainstream media. In my opinion, much of what we see on television is propaganda, or at the very least, serious misrepresentations of reality. They have no incentive to show the bad. That's simply not what their business is paid to broadcast. In my view, that's exactly why stories exposing police misconduct get buried, while the image of officers as flawless protectors stays so powerful. And just to quickly remind one of the summary disclaimer on top of every header. Let's be clear, we absolutely need police, but we need policing free from corruption. Yes, there are positive outcomes in some areas of policing, but they tend to involve minor matters. When it comes to the truly serious cases, they're often brushed aside or left unresolved. We see again and again on our screens, officers piling onto a single person who, in many instances, isn't doing anything particularly threatening. It's portrayed as if they're heroically ridding society of dangerous criminals. But, in my opinion, what's often shown looks petty, exaggerated, even staged. And the constant shouting of, "Don't resist," when the person is clearly saying, "I'm not resisting," just adds to that image. To me, it all seems like a performance designed for television, a way to reassure the public that the police are taking the so-called bad guys off the streets, even when in many of these clips it's questionable how serious the threat ever was. Here is another key takeaway. To those who still doubt that police commit serious wrongs, remember the Stephen Lawrence case? Remember the Rotherham child sex abuse scandal? They try to reassure us it's just a few bad apples. But as the video you've already seen further above on video page 39, and just to remind one of the video of page 39, it was a crime watch video showing many police officers doing wrong, which was a very small clip, and in the disclaimer showing that I'm not alone in saying it's not just a few bad apples. Now I have reminded one, I will now continue reading. They try to reassure us it's just a few bad apples. But as the video you have already seen further above on video page 39, the Prime Watch video makes clear it's far more widespread. In my opinion, it's rife. Almost every officer, in my experience, protects their colleagues over the public. I stand as testament to that. Look at how they treated my case. They didn't care about my nan. They only cared about how to avoid serious criminal investigations. That's more than enough for me to see that the police are not protecting us, the public, the way they're supposed to. Therefore, my solution isn't about crowds in the street. It's about building what I call a digital army of people, something far safer and more powerful than picketing or demonstrations, and that doesn't interfere with our daily lives by forcing us to gather in large numbers. But it's not an army in the usual sense. This one holds no weapons, only the power of sheer numbers online, uniting as a collective voice. To me, that's far more effective than traditional street protests, which the media have almost normalized into background noise, something people just glance at and dismiss as angry people shouting. Let's not forget who is shaping how it's portrayed on our televisions. It's the mainstream media, And in my view, they're helping promote propaganda, not being as honest as many people think. Yes, people are angry, but that anger doesn't come from nowhere. It's the system of those who are given power or abusing their power by refusing to deliver fairness. That is why I believe an online collective is stronger, more resilient, and far harder to twist into something it's not. Because on our own, we'll simply be walked over, as I and a number of people stand testament to. I believe my case should help spark real change. Why? Simply because I'm providing strong evidence. But how does that change ever come? Only if we all stand together. Maybe then we can stop harm from reaching our own loved ones. My nan could have easily been your own nan. When the police were told about her suffering, they didn't care because it wasn't their mother, their nan, their loved one. They was just doing their jobs to secure their own paychecks and look after their own families. But at what price? In my case, they allowed my nan to suffer. Despite the existence of audio recordings, they eventually made their way into the hands of the police. At the outset, the police didn't even want those recordings. They showed no interest in hearing them. And when they finally did receive them, they acted as though no evidence existed at all. Later, they claimed to have lost everything we had provided, as if that somehow excused their failure to act. To put this into perspective, these weren't just any recordings. They included moments when my nan herself managed to capture the criminals in the act, recordings where, in effect, she entrapped them. And the police had access not only to that audio, but also to, for example, another recording where Nan explicitly gives us permission to use it, knowing full well that the criminals were being captured. And that all video and audio recordings the police had, and that I still have in my possession, despite they stated they had lost everything, what they received were only copies. I, of course, still have the originals, of which, in later stages, I'll show all of this in detail and evidence that they received as I say. Meanwhile, the criminals still walk free, the police are not held accountable, and the IOPC, who are supposed to hold police accountable, and in my opinion, I've already shown evidence that they are instead shielding the police and abandoning their duties. In any event, let's not forget the audio already played further above, on video page 95, of which I'll mind one of the audio therein, video page 95, of which the audio played above on 95 was the police call where we stated we fear Nan might be killed and she is being mentally tortured. And now finished reminding one, I will continue reading. In any event, let's not forget the audio already played further above on video page 95, where you heard firsthand the mental torture and fear that my nan might be killed being reported to the police. Now pause and consider the woman on that call, the one who dismissed my parents' plea. She has her own family. Ask yourself, would she have accepted it if she were? Would she have accepted it if she was the one making that call? Desperate, terrified, describing the same suffering, would she have been content to be turned away like that? Of course not. No reasonable person would stand by and accept the risk of a killing or the continuation of psychological abuse without demanding urgent action. In fact, the mere mention of such things would usually trigger immediate concern, protection, and investigation. That is the moral standard we all expect, and it would be wrong to pretend otherwise. So when that standard is abandoned, when someone in distress is silenced or ignored, we're not just dealing with a procedural failure, we are witnessing a collapse in basic human responsibility. And in my view, avoiding action in the face of such warnings is not just wrong, it is ethically indefensible. Meanwhile, to her family and friends, she probably seems wonderful, caring, even loving. But you heard exactly what she did. How can anyone justify acting that way? In my opinion, it simply shows that they don't truly care. They're just doing a job, no matter how harsh it is. And honestly, I find it hard to understand how someone could behave like that and still lay their head on a pillow at night and sleep soundly. Where you heard for yourself just how appalling the police's attitude is when it's one person alone on the phone with them, and how easily they fool the public. My parent was simply a member of the public, reaching out for help for my nan, and got misled, not only because of being vulnerable, but also that my parent at the time didn't know whether what the officer was saying was actually legally correct. It was shocking to my parent, but that uncertainty is what fooled my parent into thinking, maybe this isn't the right place, maybe it has to go somewhere else. At that moment, as also heard in the audio recording from further above on video page 95, and just to remind you of what was heard on video page 95, is the call to the police where I explained to the officer on the phone that my nan has been mentally tortured and feared she may be killed. Now that reminded one, I'll continue narrating in the video. At that moment, as also heard in the audio recording further above on video page 95, you would have already heard that my parent even said, "What? Even after telling you that?" In other words, as soon as the officer told my parent to go speak to solicitors, my parent responded, "What? Even after telling you what I've just said?" What my parent meant by that was simple. My parent had just told the officer that Nan might be killed and that she was already under serious mental torture. Yet still, the officer dismissed it. Directly and immediately after the police pushed my parent away, and within hours, my parent called another establishment that handles issues with elders, but even they turned my parent away, which only secured the belief that what was being said to my parent by the police and this other establishment had merit, and that this only meant it could possibly just be with, as they said, solicitors to deal with. But of course, in hindsight, how wrong that was by the police and this other establishment saying as they did. In my view, this is exactly what's happening to thousands of people. Now that you have already heard further above on video page 95, and again to remind one, the audio on video page 95 is the call to police about Nan being mentally tortured and feared she might be killed. Now that I've reminded one, I'll continue reading. Now that you have already heard further above on video page 95, which was one of the beginning damning pieces of evidence against the police in their corrupt acts, I'll now begin reading a parenthesis. And let's not forget, as to what I explained earlier above, that it's always the first interactions that matter. Here is one that I've absolutely got at the beginning, which was the mental torture audio. I've now read the parentheses and will read a bit prior and then jump over. Now that you already heard further above on video page 95, which was one of the beginning damning pieces of evidence against the police in their corrupt acts, it shows exactly how serious the corruption was. Over all these years, from the 2000s to today, the police force at every level acted in a way completely opposite to what they're supposed to. They didn't protect, they abandoned. As you have already heard above on video page 95, and to remind one, the audio on video page 95 is the call to the police about my nan being mentally tortured and fears she might be killed. Now that I've reminded one, I will continue reading. As you have already heard above on video page 95, as to the audio with police, even when my parent told the police that my nan was being mentally tortured and feared she might be killed, the officer showed no concern because it wasn't their parent. The same attitude is exactly what allowed my nan's ordeal to continue for years. And it wasn't just this first officer. As the years went by, around 12 officers in total, each of them told what was happening, responded in the same way. Not one of them acted. She never got help from those who were supposed to protect her. Instead, she was left to suffer at the hands of the criminals who destroyed her health, where, even then herself in her affidavit, states that they destroyed her health. The police had this, yet still continued regardless. In the end, she died because of it. And all of this, every recording, every video, every piece of evidence is in the hands of the IOPC. Yet, instead of looking at it, they avoided it to shield the police. That's not just my opinion. It's already proven right here in this first stage part 1. They can't escape as if they didn't shield the police. As already covered throughout this first stage part 1, the IOPC are checkmated, not once, but twice. Final word, no more dodging. I know how this works. When the evidence gets uncomfortable, they don't tackle it. They pick at the tone or the words are used, anything to throw a spanner in and avoid what's staring them in the face. But I didn't say any of this lightly. I checked myself over, and every time the evidence forced me to say it exactly as I did. And the IOPC had that evidence from the very start. They chose to look away. If anyone now tries to dodge this by focusing on my tone instead of the facts, it only proves the point. They're not here to face the truth. They're here to bury it. But the facts are here. The evidence is here, and it's not going away. Please look out for the next video, first stage part 2. Just subscribe and click the notification bell so you will know the moment it is uploaded. Also, once again, I ask that you pass this on, share it with as many people as possible. To be continued from this point into first stage part 2.